Testing, testing. Hello, 1, 2. All right, that looks good. Hello, hello, hello. So this isn't exactly what I promised we were going to do today. I talked about doing Mario Builder 64. However, this is a little more important overall, in my opinion. We have forever to do the Mario Builder. We have forever. Somebody's got to test this. So give me 1 minute. I'll talk more about it. I just want to do... Then I'm gonna want... Sorry, this is taking a bit longer than I thought it was going to. Okay. So, we just played banjo yesterday, and you know that really has me in a rareware kind of mood. So two things. First off, this patch came out literally last night. That's why it's labeled 7/10/2024. Also, I hope that's smooth. That looks smooth. Secondly, I've been itching to play this already. I was thinking about... So I talked about yesterday, like, oh man, I would love to do Dinosaur Planet. And just kind of talk about it. Because I feel like I have so much unneeded knowledge, right? About this game. However... I wasn't sure if I wanted to stream it now or what, and I'd like to do a video, like have a full video on the channel to replace the one that's been on there for like 3 years now, right? Because it's night and day. It's a night and day comparison. However, this patch just came out, and I'd like to play it. Oh, we don't want that too loud. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna need headphones, actually. Oh, and I'm at my desk as well, which is nice. I'm not turned around from y'all, so I'll actually be able to see comments and stuff, and it won't suck. I'm turning this down some. Where's my mouse? There we go. I hear it dropping frames, which is because I'm not in the thing itself right now. Like here should be good. And then probably like right here is probably good, because you're gonna want to hear stuff. So that's all good. All right. Give me one moment. Give me one split second. I forgot to do something as well. Take this out. I don't think I've ever actually... No, I've definitely never streamed this before. In the sense of, like, talking about it while I'm playing it. That has never happened. So, this is going to be exciting. I'm excited to finally do this. So, see, now I have work for myself. Which will be... I'll do this, and this will just be a general overview. I'm gonna play through it. Let's get this. I went ahead and did it in widescreen. I don't usually like playing in widescreen, and I wouldn't record it in widescreen. However, just for the sake of this looking nice on stream, I will do that. Actually, we can make this look... Oh, shit. Make this look ever so slightly... Well, hold on. I'll go back when we're in the game itself. Display. We're going to keep instruments on. Instruments is the map. It should just be named map. We'll leave subtitles on. And that video. So that looks good. That looks good. Okay, so it does look like we're... Let me check something before we actually start. So we go here real quick. Okay, so I'm going to stretch this out. About here. Stretch this out to about here. That should look... That should be pretty good. Oh, of course I do that. If I can just go... Transform. Center screen. Alright, that looks... Alright, that looks good. Right there. Alright, so let me restart this again. Hello, welcome. All right, so let's actually get into this. We've been here for about 2 minutes. This is Dinosaur Planet. I'm going to assume that most people understand what this is, but if you don't, I will give the most basic rundown, which is that this is Star Fox Adventures before it became Star Fox Adventures. On the GameCube. This was the original game. And for multiple reasons, I think it is far, far, far superior. Now, this is running on emulator. I have it loaded in widescreen, which is going to have some cutscene issues. You're going to see things on the corner, like on the left and right edges of the screen that you usually won't see if you play it in 4:3, because the cutscenes weren't finished yet. Why does that say Dino Talk? This is supposed to be the V1. Did I check? Did I click the wrong one? Nope, that's... Okay, so you're gonna notice that the text is a little gross sometimes. It does some very unfun. So we're gonna get into drama. There's drama. There's not like that big a drama. It's really not drama, but to me, it's annoying. A lot of the text stuff has been altered. Most of it for the good. Most of it is like text corrections, things that, you know, this was just not a finished product. And so in turn, also this dialogue here doesn't usually appear on console if you're shooting. But for some reason on emulator, I think it's like the tick speed, or that's a Minecraft term, but like the game's running faster, so it thinks you're not shooting fast enough, basically. And so it will always say the dialogue. So a lot of the text has been altered to some extent, but I think it ruins a lot of the original writing. There's a lot of like, in parentheses, Dino talk, which is not what that is. That wasn't really a concept till Star Fox Adventure. So you're just adding stuff that wasn't supposed to be. Don't worry about it, okay? There's going to be some gross text. And if it doesn't get fixed at some point, that's why I kind of refuse to do a video at this point, is that text at the bottom of the screen really bothers me. Rare had already had like a writing style done by this point. See? Dino talk, I don't like that. I really, really don't. It bothers me. It wasn't there in the original leak. It's not even really there in Star Fox Adventures. It's just been added. There's been a ton of those little, I don't know what you call it, like I'm sure there's a term for it. Press A with your stab, B button to dodge attacks. So this is going to run a lot better than what it would on an original console, which is good overall. Some animations are going to kind of have that Ocarina of Time thing where, you know, he looks like he's walking in, or what was it? Link looks like he's walking in slow motion or something. I always think this looks so nice though. But besides that, it is overall an improvement. I do not have the high quality models. As you can see, the back of Crystal's head is very smooth. So this is mostly just a test. And because I wanted to stream it. But we're not going to be pessimistic on this. We're going to be very optimistic. This is still a nightly, so it's a... meaning it's not like a stable patch. It's not finished. Once that comes out, I'm sure everything will be ironed out and it will be great.
Let's just say we had a nice little chat, and he's agreed to take a rest for a while, at least until I've taken over the plan.
You coward, Scales! My mother will send an army against you!
Ah yes, Princess Scarlet, your mother. Once I've dealt with this animal, then we'll pay your mother a visit. Nice try, but you'll have to kill me before you can save the princess.
Okay, I think. Now how do we steer the ship?
Alrighty. So that intro's a bit butched. It's not perfect. But there's not a ton that can really be done about it at the moment. It is one of the more noticeable things, which sucks because this is the start of the game. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a ton of commentary outside of, did you know? And did you know? But I do really like this game a lot. I hold it in quite high regards. And it's a shame that this never actually came out when it was supposed to. So this is the patch that's been worked on by the Dinosaur Planet Community Discord. This patch doesn't seem to be that different than the one done in May. It seems like it's just going to have a few tiny details added. So I'm mostly making sure the game doesn't crash. Looking to see if anything bigger has been changed that I haven't been aware of. And that's really it. That's really the only thing I'll be doing. Just playing through the game. It probably won't get finished today. It's already 12 o'clock here. And I'm probably about 4 hours I'll be leaving. So, you know, we may not get into the depths of all of this. But this game I know so stinking well, I could almost do it with my eyes closed. I think I mentioned yesterday that I've played this probably over 100 times easily. Like, not all the way through every single time, but I have at least over 100 hours of footage on this. Like, it's over and over and over and over and over. And a lot of times I don't even record, it's just to test things. So.
I think we've stopped. Crystal, get me out of here! I'm sorry, Kite. I can't open the cage. It's okay. I'm not feeling too good anyway. This must be Warlock Mountain. I'll go and find the wizard. He'll get you out.
So there's tons of little details that I could really mention, but you know, if you haven't seen this game, I would recommend that you just play it yourself. Like, genuinely, just go get the latest patch and have a good time. It's not perfect. I'd say, okay, so there's two ways to describe this game, right? It is, hey, is this game done? Which the answer is no. But is it content complete on what is in the game? And I'd say it is extremely, extremely close. Let's do this cutscene real quick.
Try not to move. The wizard will help you.
He can't help me. Our king sent us here to protect him. But scales appeared.
The intro is very heavy on cutscenes, but once we're past some of these, it won't be nearly as cutscene heavy, and we'll be able to talk more about it. Oop. I love the way this looks, though. Like on emulator, this looks so good. I had to turn down some of the performance boosters. Like, there's times where you'll see the frame rate kind of drop, which, again, this is an N64 game, so perfectly natural for the game to start lagging. However, it can mess with timings of animations and some other stuff. So it's actually, if the game starts to drop, it's like, it's better, right? It's not nearly as atrocious as it would be on console.
What happened to you?
But anyways, we'll watch this.
But I'll be fine. And what about you?
No need to worry about me. You taught me well.
Did you rescue the princess?
Yes. But she's stuck in a cage on the galleon.
My dear, Dinosaur Planet is in extreme danger. You must take this. This is my spell book. General Scales tore out most of the pages and cast them into the storm. They must be scattered all over the planet by now. If you find a page and have collected enough magic energy, you can use the spell.
I'll look out for them, so you don't have to worry about Scales anymore.
It's not Scales I'm worried about. Let me tell you about the history of Dinosaur Planet. When time was just beginning, a race known as the Krazoa ruled this world and much of the universe. Though in a great battle, they and much of the universe were destroyed, and from this destruction came life. The dinosaurs' god, the great Chimeria dragon, created this world. And since that day, life has been good. At least until General Scales unleashed his army. But there's something else. The King Earthwalker discovered this sacred place and began to think the ancient texts were hiding something. Maybe the history of the planet was wrong. You must go to Discovery Falls. You'll find some answers there.
But what about you? And how will I find this place?
As long as I stay here, then I'll be fine. The magic within this place is keeping me alive. Search this chamber for an object and use it to escape from the mountain. This will take you to a friend of mine. He'll direct you and the princess to Discovery Falls.
Alrighty. Let me get this little scene right here. So you can tell, like, that cutscene for sure is super early. Because as we progress in the game, you'll see that some of the cutscenes are a lot more dynamic and animated, I guess. Which there is an earlier or an unfinished version of that cutscene that has like some more updated animations, but it has not been worked on. Oh, whoa. Oh, that's not good. That's quite bad. Oh no. Really? Oh. It's gonna crash the whole damn emulator. I guess close. What on earth happened here? Well, that's not good. Okay, well, we have one or two options, which is, I guess, try again from the top. That's new. But I'm not sure. Okay, because I've played through this on this emulator with very different or very little changes. Alright. Well, see, that's the good thing, though. At the very least, we're on emulator, so we can easily, once we get past this, we can just skip cutscenes. We can turn on the speed function. It'll be fine. I guess I just need to be sure to save more. I really think that text line, like those lines, should be removed, but apparently I'm alone in that. Because the dinosaur talks later on, the one we're riding, he talks later on, but he doesn't, like, have the same voice. So it's kind of like, we don't have to fight you. You can go on with yourself. Okay. And now we're zip zooming.
Crystal, come here, my girl.
I don't think that worked. There we go. Alrighty then, and I guess we will just save here. I sure hope that's not like a reoccurring thing. I mean, that could just be retro arc being retro arc, but could also be something specific to this patch. Now the thing is, right? I can test this on console. It just wouldn't look as pretty on stream, which is fine, except stream likes to, you know, downgrade your quality and stuff, so it kind of look a blurry mess. Versus like YouTube, I can record it and upload it with really high bit rate, and it won't be nearly as. Anyways, don't worry about it. You don't gotta worry about it.
Start the propeller. Now.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Laughs menacingly. I've said it before, if you're deaf, that's awesome, you know? Totally understand, like, wanting that as an option. Completely get it. I'm not deaf. And I don't think most people who are, like, your typical players probably want that as, like, your option. It's very distracting. I wouldn't mind it to be its own separate option in a menu, but, you know, and at the very least, it's supposed to be an option between, like, do you want the special text or do you want the original? And I thought I had the one with the normal text, but I guess not. But since we're streaming it, I might as well not make a scene about it on the Discord. I'll wait till I do it on console again by myself. And then when I go to record the video, whenever that might be, I'll make sure everything's set up before I start. It won't be that different from whatever we're going to see here today, most likely. But there will probably be some cuts and stuff. I'll probably make it look a bit nicer in between sections and other garbage.
Greetings, stranger. My name is Rubble, and I'm a swapstone. To swap to Saber's adventure, or go to Warlock Mountain, then come and visit me. I'll show you how my magic works.
No, wait! I've got to find Discovery Falls.
You've got lots of time to do that. Let me show you how the swap works. Now, don't be scared. Crystal's friend Saber is on the other side of the planet. To complete the adventure, you will have to guide both characters. To do this, you must visit me or my twin brother, Rocky. Do you understand? Good. Now let's swap to Saber.
I love the little swap stones. They're so nice.
I sure hope Randon's right about this place. If the prince doesn't turn up soon, I think I might freeze to death.
makes me sad. I like Saber a lot. I like Saber and Crystal a lot, and they're really fun characters with history and attitude, and I don't know, it's not like anything outstanding, but I really feel like these are really great characters where I think most people would agree that like Star Fox Adventures versions of characters are really not that great. Like, I don't like Fox in Adventure. I feel like he's very much, I don't know, he's very mean and grumpy and right. It's like you go from that to Assault, and it's like he's right back to where he should be in Assault. It's like Adventure is just this weird outlier. Laughing.
Hey, Scaleface! Pick on someone your own size! What? Who's that? I am Saber, Royal Knight from the planet Animus. I've come to take the prince back to his home. Hey, wait!
This little text box right there, that was a new addition. Which I don't mind that. I don't mind some tutorial stuff when you're still basically in the tutorial. But my analog stick is very, very sensitive. I'm using the Nintendo Switch N64 controller, which feels really nice, but I don't think it's calibrated correctly. It'll be fine. It's you running on this emulator too. For some reason, the Z trigger like loves to freak out. So, you know, I got multiple things, multiple problems. So I'll just deal with them as they come.
You're lucky it's a hot spring, or you'd be frozen by now. Why, you little... Hey, I wouldn't if I were you. My dad's a king Earthwalker, and he'll bash you up. I don't think he'll be doing any bashing. He's been captured. That's why I've been sent to rescue you. He's been captured? That's right. So stop moaning, and let's get you back to your home.
That cutscene still needs some tweaks to it. I'm basically keeping mental note. I'm not really like taking notes or anything. I played this back in May on console. Wow, that is so sensitive. It's a little late to be trying to mess with RetroArch stuff. Not sure why it's so extremely sensitive though. I played this back in March on console and basically did like a whole breakdown of everything that was like needed work in that version. And from my understanding, most of this stuff is going to still apply. So there's not really a very good reason to probably do that kind of video again, but oh, I want those apples.
Keep quiet. He's on his own. Maybe we can sneak by. Tricky!
Okay, so I think I figured out why that triggers. Because sometimes you can't talk to Tricky right away. Like right here, I'm not capable of talking to him. I think it's when he's trying to scream out. Even though I'm already fighting the Sharp Claw. So that seems... Oh, actually. Oh, he's broken. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Well, let's walk away. Okay, now he's following me. See that? He's following me again. Let's go back in here. I'll need to do more testing on that.
Tricky, are you crazy? Just leave the sharp claws to me. Okay, I'm sorry. Look, my father's been teaching me something. These are my sidekick commands. By using these, I can help you in lots of ways. If you press the down C button, you can activate this menu. Now, press it again to highlight the commands you want me to do. Now press A to activate.
Also, since we're on that slope, you kind of miss some of the top animations of Saber, but that's alright. The ball for some reason comes out of Tricky instead of Saber. I don't know if that's ever been messed with or explained why that happens, but I figure it's a glitch of some sort. Some being tied to his model instead of Saber's. Nope, I don't want to talk to you.
Find any blue mushrooms? I'm feeling real tired.
I'm feeling real tired. So you notice that most of the time I do not have to feed Tricky. He's not a hungry boy. But in this instance, it is programmed. So I thought, hey, there's something broken with his code. Turns out, no. Tricky, each one of these patches has a value tied to it. It goes, Tricky needs to use this much energy per dig, per flame, per whatever command you want him to do, right? And so each one of these are actually worth one value, or you can set it to 2, you can set it to 3, and then based on his hunger, which there's not really an easy way to see that up in the right corner there is all that, but that's stagnant, it doesn't really change. Point being, most of the dig sites and stuff are set to have a value of 0, so you never actually have to feed him anything for most of the stuff. There are a few sections later in the game where he does go, man, I'm tired, which is interesting. But I always thought there was something just really wrong with his model and stuff, or his and you get what I'm saying. I don't need to explain. You get what I'm saying.
Here you are, my boy. This is a map of the Snowhorn Wastes. You can collect maps from other tribes. I'm sure they'll be useful on your adventure.
So I think I was trying to explain earlier, but there's still, I'd say, a little bit of content that is not yet implemented back. But there's also just missing content, and that missing content either has to be recreated or found, which found basically means we need a different ROM that we don't have. Or maybe digging in some files on Kiosk or something. I think Kiosk has been pretty well explored at this point. So, I'd say this is probably about 90%, maybe a little more, like content complete wise. Everything else is going to come down to things customly being changed and fixed. Which that I'd say the game is probably around 70%, maybe. There's a lot of small visual things which really, I guess at the end of the day, don't really matter. It would be nice to get them fixed. Shadows have a whole bunch of code that's unused, but activating it causes it to use too much memory, so that would have to be fixed at some point, and I don't think anyone knows how to do that yet. The game is still slowly being decompiled, so eventually, as long as the community stays alive and people continue to work on it, there will eventually be a decompilation. We'll eventually be able to do some really cool things with this game, but for right now, it's still in its infancy. So the other thing, when I'm talking about like missing content, would have to come from either people decompiling the game and then making new content, or it would have to come from like a different build, which there are different builds out there, but this is the only one that's publicly available. So that makes it a bit harder to even know like what's supposed to go where, much less recreate it ourselves. But I mean, if you look at this versus the initial leak, like this is outstanding. This looks very, very, very good, and it runs so much better than the original did. I say the original being the leak from 2021, which, can you believe it's been flipping 3 years? It was February 10th, 2021. That Sharp Call does not like to actually fight. He just sits there and tells you to fight. He's kind of bizarre. And there's no point in walking over there. Dang, I'm not doing very good. Man, I don't even need to kill these guys, but I was just trying. Also, you may have noticed, you can lock on to things and use your item menu, and that's something that was recently added back on accident. It wasn't even intentional. But you do this, and you can pull it out, and you can shoot stuff. Oh! Well, look at that. Interesting.
Have captured our leader. Beyond the hollow lies the prince's homelands.
I love these guys. These guys are great.
Do you hear that?
I do hear that. He's screaming for help.
Follow the path to Swapstone Hollow.
I think these are the only guys to have dialogue that updates. Because I don't think the ones in Swapstone Hollow work. So again, a lot of the stuff that's like quote unquote not working or it's not fixed yet, right? A lot of it's minor. Overall, the game is fairly put together. It's just not polished. And I think that would be its own like state of completion. And then he zooms off. There he goes. Which just was recently added back. Or added all together. He has programming to do this and run off. Which is what he does in Star Fox Adventures too, but it was just not present in this build until somebody found it and then added it back.
came here after I was kidnapped.
Son, I am not well. You must find me a remedy.
We need to collect 10 white mushrooms. They're a medicine for Earthwalkers.
Let's go. There's no time to lose.
So this is reminiscent of the final game. You gotta find those white mushrooms. I'll be honest, I haven't played a whole lot of adventures. It's just I don't really like adventures for multiple reasons. Even outside of it just being what replaced this game, but even beyond that, I really don't like a lot of the puzzles in that game. The new puzzles that they added, every single puzzle that they added just did not work. Everything that was from this game feels really interesting, I think. We could eliminate a lot of those stutters with the frame rate like that. But again, it would mess with some animation stuff. I guess if I was recording, I would just have to know like when to turn it off and on. But we're just going to keep it on here for the sake of testing. Alright, so that's the 3 we need. Oh, I don't want to talk to you.
Find any blue mushrooms? I'm feeling real
Tricky, you're always tired. I mean, so am I, but you're always tired, dude. Oops, I missed him. So another thing here, right? You kind of see how like everything's popping through and it looks really bad, and you go, "Oh, I hate that." Well, you're not supposed to be able to get in there. This waterfall, like you saw the white mushroom stuff. The waterfall, I think, does have issues, and that's probably not the hardest thing to fix. But the water is not supposed to be here yet. If you talk to this guy, oh, he's still asleep. Never mind. We'll talk to him in a minute. He goes, can you help us? The sharp claw have drained our river. And I think this one talks about the swamp stone.
Have you woken the swamp stone yet?
Have you woken the swamp stone yet? If you look at like the 2001 footage of Star Fox Adventures, you can see a lot of similarities to things. And there's stuff that is in this build that have been fixed that were not yet fixed by the time the 2001 Star Fox Adventures was being shown off. Like, you could still see issues that we have fixed within the community in this ROM. It's very interesting. Oh, that's all right. So I guess to have a more optimistic look, right? I'd say we are getting fairly close to most of the big things that need to be fixed being done already. I say we. I'm not doing much of anything besides just playtesting a bunch. I do that pretty much anytime a patch comes out. I playtest just to make sure nothing breaks. But there's actual smart people who've been working on this for years and years. And I feel like they are fairly close to having what I'd consider like content complete. However, having this game be actually finished is another thing all of its own, and I'm not sure how long that would take. It would probably take another ROM leaking, which the E3 build is out there, and there's like a 50-50 shot that it would have a lot of the missing content, at least what was done before the transition to Fox. Which, if you go into debug, which by the way, I should have done this already, enable old pickup jingle, and if I go here, this is the Fox model. And so it's taken a lot of work to reverse some of this stuff. Like restoring the Saber model with the incomplete model that was already in the game, and then mapping that all back. Like there's been a ton of work. So having that original before the transition Fox McCloud stuff would be excellent. And I think that would revitalize a lot of what this game was trying to do. Because right now, some stuff is definitely guesswork. Which is fine, but when I say content complete, I guess I mean like what is 100% there. And we know is there, and we know what to do with it. But like there's stuff like Cape Claw, Act 3, that you go in and you pretty much just walk and do it. Even though there's dialogue, there's some things hidden around. You're supposed to be able to search the area and I guess unlock the temple, but we really don't know like what you're supposed to do there. So it's kind of just blocked off. That's not the hugest problem in the world, but it also would help if that section maybe was done before some of the stuff got revamped, because then we could compare the two and make adjustments. Also, I didn't mean to jump. I have to go back over here now. And then these are more scarabs. I know sometimes I play games and I try to be the funny man. There's really not much to be the funny man on. This is so ingrained in my brain. I'm just... Like, we were talking about autopiloting before, but like, this is autopiloting. I can do I could do this with my eyes closed easily.
Thank you, Saber. Thank you for saving my son and for saving me.
That's okay. Now, if you don't need me any further, then I'll be off.
Wait! Brandon warned me you would be like this. The planet needs your help. This is a force point temple. It is used to extract pure magic energy from deep within the core of our planet. This energy is then transmitted across the world for our people to use. General Scales has taken over 2 of the temples and is planning to use this energy for evil.
No, I do not work, quote unquote, work on this project, no. I test things, that's for sure. But there's some really, really smart people who have been working on this for the past 3 years, and that is not me. I wish I could. I tried at one point, and it's over my head. But I have infinite knowledge. If you have questions, feel free to ask any of them.
If you don't want to do this for me, then do it for Randorn.
What do you mean?
He has been mortally wounded by Scales. If the magic energy extraction is not stopped, then he will not survive.
Come on, Trick.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm glad it's at least entertaining. Educational is probably accurate, though.
Use them to open the path to the swap stone.
The purple mushrooms are these little guys. They say purple mushrooms even though they are spores, and in Star Fox Adventures they are also spores. And it's weird that she mentions, you know, use the purple mushrooms even though we've had to use them twice already. So this area most likely got revamped later on as well. Oh yeah, I love the ambience in this game. Absolutely. This guy. So there is map stuff to remove this water. I don't really understand why it's so difficult to do, but this water shouldn't be here. We haven't even done anything to get that water to start draining. But this map probably was revamped late into development. A lot of maps seem to be in the process of being revamped. Some of the stuff that didn't make it into Adventures. Which is probably why some of it was cut. But then why not just use the... I don't know. I don't know. And a lot of people who worked on this game 20 plus years ago don't remember either. So we get to meet Grumpy Rocky now.
commands. Now, if you push left on the control stick, then you'll swap to your friend, Crystal. Oh, and if you push forward on the control stick,
Oh yeah, I think the Star Fox Adventures mod is called just with an A or something.
when you have collected
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Adventures a whole lot. I wouldn't mind to play it maybe on stream, but I think that would be full of me going, ew, why is this game choice made? Ew, why is this done? I don't like think how many bomb puzzles are in Adventures. You have to carry a barrel from one section to the next. I remember that being in almost every section. It was like, let's rework all of these to be really slow and time consuming. Because otherwise, outside of that, the game is really short. Same, yeah, I cannot stand that. Or you go into a shrine, where here the shrine is like the puzzle is finding your way to that section, where in Adventures it's very like most of the or what am I trying to say? Not the shrines, the Quantalachi, whatever. You have to get those guys, and if you fail it, you have to start at the very beginning of the whole puzzle, and most of it is just walking through that temple. I don't know. There's a lot of not great stuff, and a lot of the teams switched up between this and when the project got revamped. So it makes sense, but it's just not very well designed. Where I feel like here, had this been finished, the design would have been a lot tighter. I mean, we can see that in most instances. Oh man, I was supposed to rest that. These guys have their AI a little screwed up. They weren't always messed up, but the cutscene used to be broken for this, so that was kind of the trade-off. Though I feel like at this point, it should have been fixed. And then we want to get all the magic we can.
Do not swim in these waters. The currents are strong. They will drag you straight under.
I love that guy. It's too high. Oh yeah, and it's also weird thinking about how a lot of these sections were not designed for Tricky in mind, and they had to go back and like redo it. But Cape Claw is one of my favorite too.
You look pretty strange to me.
It's okay, you don't need to be scared. What have you got there?
I found this on the beach. Here, girl, you take it. You're gonna need it.
That cutscene has a slight alteration in one of the other, because there's a file in the kiosk version that has a bunch of unused cutscenes in it, and some of them can be backported. Good to go up here. But I like Crystal in this. Adventures Crystal is not my favorite. I like how she's represented in Assault, but I really don't like what they did with her in Adventures. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion either. It's just it was kind of like, oh, I don't care either way. But after seeing this Crystal and knowing like what they had planned, like I understand it's just a cartoon character, but it's like you had a real plot and a real story dug up, and then you ripped all of that away for what is considered the worst Star Fox game. I don't know. But I'm probably the wrong person to be trying to give that kind of commentary. There's plenty of YouTubers who can do it way better, and have said it way better than I ever will. I love Assault Crystal. It is really jarring though, because I like Assault. You know, you can jump from, you know, 64, Star Fox 64 to Star Fox Assault and not really feel like you're missing a whole lot. And but seeing Crystal there is like so jarring, especially when like I said, I've played this more times than I could possibly begin to count. And so seeing her characterization here going into... This guy is still messed up. What? Would you stop? Let me log on to you. There we go. Let's go ahead and grab this as well.
You pass, but don't tell boss.
Coughing. I cannot stand those. Again, if for people who are deaf, it's great. I just wish it wasn't forced on these test builds. Apparently, from my understanding, this one wasn't supposed to have it, but I started the stream and it still had it, and I was like, whatever, it's fine, I suppose. I'm not gonna... Oh, also, I'm supposed to be using this. That's the whole point of what we just had. Yeah, you can play this on an EverDrive, and that's what I was saying earlier, is I usually play this on console. But I wanted to look nice for stream since I am just basically testing it. Very much do not recommend ever buying a reproduction cart for multiple reasons. One is that you won't get the newest patch. Whatever patch comes out, it will always be, you know, it will get outdated very quickly, and then you're going to be behind. And if you start reporting bugs or anything else, like, there's nothing we can do about it because you're trapped, basically. But an EverDrive 64 works really well. I have a 7X, which works flawlessly. I know the Summer Cart 64s just came out. I have no experience with those, but it looks like a good cart. There's also cheaper carts, which the only reason I wouldn't recommend those is because of well, that's too high. It's way too high. The only reason that I don't recommend those cheap ones is because you have to hold reset to save, which wouldn't be a problem in any other game, but because this game randomly likes to crash, which it's really not a problem anymore. Like, we don't really see a whole lot of crashes nowadays, but I mean, every once in a while you'll hit a crash, something will just kind of goof up, and then you lose your save. So even if you saved like right before it crashed, once it hits that like that crash screen, there's a good chance that it just won't let you hit the reset button back to the main menu because it kind of freezes up, and then you're basically back to the last time you played. And it's not great. I used to have one of those cheaper carts, and it's not great. Requirements to play the game. I mean, emulator works really well. I'm just using Mupen 64 through RetroArch. But yeah, any EverDrive can play this as long as you. I mean, even the base ROM can be played, but it's got tons and tons and tons of bugs and crashes, and you cannot make it very far. Whereas, you know, this is the newest patch from yesterday, so you can boot this up and should be able to play all the way to the credits. There's a little bit of jank, but that's why I really want to do the video where it's like a walkthrough for people who just want to, you know, have, in case you need some help, you know. But this, I guess this would be fairly good because I'm going to play through this whole thing. So if you need to watch what I'm doing, that also works. I want it to look good. I want it to do it right and not have text I dislike on the screen, or, you know, the incomplete models or whatever. this guy is just... Fine, we won't have fun. You wanna do that? We just won't have fun. Yeah, that'll warp you away. Oh yeah, I figure at some point I do want to do a tutorial on how to make... Because I had to tweak a lot of stuff just to get this to look the way it does. There were like some texture issues with like textures fading in the background and stuff.
Oh, you found me! It's good to see you again, Kite. Now, let's get you back to Cloudrunner Fortress.
Listen, Crystal, I've learned some new skills since we were last together. Let's try out my find command.
But yeah, so I really like the way this looks. I think this looks stunning. I don't even think you can make most N64 games look like this, but this game has such a high level of fidelity. But it looks really blurry on 64. Oh yeah, I'm sure Steam Deck could run this great, yeah. So you come back to this part later, and the puzzle does change, because I always thought this was kind of lame, the way it's just, you just go straight across. But you do come back to this, and it works pretty good. You want to see a funny glitch? Oh, actually, no, we're already too late. We're too far behind to do something like that. I'll show it later, I suppose. So we can call her over here. Why do you not let me grab him? Just gotta make sure she doesn't teleport, because she was having a problem with that before. Okay, no. Thanks, Crystal. It was terrible in that cell. I hate those nasty sharp claws. Sometimes I want to peck their eyes out. Which is an audio line that does not exist in this build. There's actually a lot of audio lines that just don't exist, and it's most likely because they were slowly transitioning out of stuff. That's why in the intro, there's a clip of Kite that sounds real muffled and weird. And that's because we had to pull it from an old VHS tape that somebody recorded at E3. Oh, sorry, Kite. No, I need you to go up here. Go on. I don't think she's got the command. Come on. There she goes. Are there any more area zones in this game than... Oh yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of extra spots. I mean, this whole section here with Cape Claw has been expanded. I'm going to save right here because sometimes the game... I've had it crash here. But we're good. When that little I don't know what that is. I mean, it's a sharp claw, but I don't know why it does that. But on the rarest of occasions, sometimes it'll crash. So I always recommend saving right there. Pretty much anytime you see me save is probably a good time to save. But yeah, Adventures cut down a lot of areas, and they padded a lot of those areas out with bomb puzzles, and they're not very fun. So that's my main complaint with Adventures, even outside of all the Star Fox stuff. And this guy shouldn't be here, but he just kind of exists there. So like, pretend he's not there. He's invisible. He's like camouflage. You can't even see him. But yeah, we'll see pretty much every section that was cut out of Star Fox Adventure. So if you remember a lot of Adventures locales, you're going to go, what on earth is this? So now I get the fun little cutscene.
Are you lost, little one?
I don't like this, Crystal. It doesn't seem safe. Crystal, look out! Oh.
That's the one! That's the stinking girl that took the spell page!
Oh, what happened?
I am Chief Lightfoot, and we don't like thieves.
Thief? What are you talking about?
You take our treasure and give it to that stinking Sharpclaws.
Yeah, and you take my spell page!
I didn't take your spell page. You gave it to me.
Let me show you what we do to thieves.
Kite, help me out!
Oh yeah, most of the music comes from this game, from Star Fox Adventures, because a lot of it got basically backported, or what am I trying to say? Got ported to Adventures. We got wow, we're doing really bad on this. This little part's not really finished, and you can already see that we're dead. Like, you see, we're out of health right now. But the game doesn't kill you. There is no, like, game over. Now, there are music that's exclusive to Star Fox Adventures. There's also music that's exclusive to this that didn't make it into Star Fox Adventures. But most of those, you can kind of hear the difference. I don't think David Wise, because David Wise did all the music in this. Most of those are done by somebody else. I'm blanking on her name right now. But a lot of them are like remixes or whatever. There's a couple in there that don't seem to fit anywhere. So most likely those were written for this game and then just aren't in this build. Which I don't mind to show off some of those maybe later. This seems to be an older version of that exit cutscene. Because there's dialogue of him going, please don't hurt us, stop. I will let you go. Okay, so you see that we're dead right now. We have no health. So her eyes are closed. This is called Zombie State. And there's a couple different versions of Zombie State. There's not really a need to know that anymore. Watch, her eyes will open. Oh, there they are. There's a couple ways to get into a zombie state. There really isn't a need for it at this point. It's just a bug that was already in the game when it first leaked. But people used to use zombie because the game would get confused on certain things and you could like navigate outside of the stuff. But back then the game was so... Oh, I wanted you. Forget it. I don't want you. Get it. The game was was in such a bad state that people were doing anything they could just to escape the basic areas that you start out in. Like, we wouldn't have even made it this far into the game had we been playing on the original. Even outside of crashes and stuff, you wouldn't have made it anywhere near this. You'd actually not be able to get that golden nugget on the log. You wouldn't have been able to grab that in the first place.
If girl helped Lightfoot, then Lightfoot helped girl.
The name is Crystal. And why should I help you after what you did?
If Cloudrunner wants to get home, me can show you the way. Our ancient beacons have all gone out, and we cannot make fire. But this Cloudrunner can light them again. Yeah.
You mean like this?
David Wise composed for this game, and then when this slowly transitioned into Star Fox Adventures, most of that music made it over, not all of it. And I feel bad now. I'm not exactly sure who the person who composed for, because there are some songs that were just composed for Star Fox Adventures. David still worked on some of it, but it seems like some of the remix parts, like, you know, like in Star Fox Adventures, when night falls, you'll get like the night versions of those songs. Those aren't a thing here. Those were composed by somebody else and added in to Star Fox Adventures after the transition had already happened. But most of it is David Wise, and even a lot of those remixes, the original composition is still David Wise. David even said in a interview that he was kind of happy that this released because a lot of the music in Adventures kind of sounds off. He's like, so it's nice to hear the original versions. I still don't know what these totem poles are supposed to do here. Like these up here. Like there seems to be a challenge associated with them, but I don't think anyone knows really what that's supposed to be for. Yeah, there's day and night cycles, just the music doesn't change. Like we're going into a night cycle right now. We turned around. Oops. Okay, Crystal's like, I'm not taking part in this. I refuse to watch. So these little bushes, you see you have to do it twice. You're supposed to grab a bush and be able to place the bush into this and then get Kite to burn it. But I don't know if somebody patched it to where the first fire just puts the thing there, but you can't pick them up and bring them is the problem. So that was like the workaround for now. There's a lot of those little dudes all over and you can like pick them up and you can carry them. And when we get to the desert section, that's also a thing. But just here, you just have her burn nothing once and then she'll burn the things correctly the second time. And then we get the most elegant, beautiful cutscene in the whole game. Look how majestic he is as he swims. And then he slowly makes his way back. And then out of respect, everyone freezes up. It's beautiful. Most of the lighting effect, like you'll see here, so obviously the game is supposed to be in like kind of a foggy state, maybe raining because sometimes it rains, but a lot of the weather effects are not quite understood and they seem buggy. But sometimes they will continuously do things every time you go through the game. So it's unclear if the game would just have random weather effects, kind of like... I don't even think Adventures has random weather effects. I think it's based on what part of the game you're in. I should play Adventures again. I've played through it all the way once, and it was fine. You know, it was okay. I hate to be that guy. Whoa, you pushed me. That's weird. Whoa, wait. Since when can you push me like that? Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Alright, whatever. The lighting in fog looks so good, and then you see something like this and that up there, right? And you can tell like that is what the game will look like if the fog wasn't in place. I've been told that's relatively an easy fix, that somebody figured out how to do it, and then for some reason it still hasn't been fixed. I was wondering if it had been fixed in this one, but I guess not. And if you get close to it, they kind of fix themselves. Like we'll go over here, and the closer you get, the more it kind of fits into the environment. See? But so just squint your eyes. Don't look at that. No, you can, like I said, you can ask me any question. You can ask me anything. And I'll probably have every answer.
So, you must be Crystal. Randon has told us a lot about you.
Who are you?
Do not be alarmed. I am from the Hightop tribe. We were helping to dig in this sacred place when we uncovered what appears to be a shrine. Before it could be opened, General Scales arrived and took Randon and the King Earthwalker away.
This must have happened before I arrived on this planet. It was Randall that told me to come here.
I'm glad he's still alive. I had feared the worst. So far, the Sharpclaw have failed to open the shrine, but I do not think it will take them much longer. Above you is a cave. Inside the cave, we discovered what appears to be a link to opening the shrine. It is up to you.
Well, Crystal, so yeah, Crystal and Saber have two separate campaigns, basically. They intertwine very much. You can't do things without doing the other. But also, I want to mute my mic because you probably hear that dog going, which is awesome. I absolutely love that dog. But then it kind of paused the game for a second, so probably should just pause my mic in front of me, not the actual audio capture. No, Crystal and Saber are they have separate campaigns. You're gonna notice a lot of sections that if you played Adventures, you're like, because they don't have the split characters, so a lot of that made its way over into where it's just Saber and Crystal going, or just Fox walking around. But in this, a lot of it's like, oh, I found an item over here as Saber, so now Crystal can do something. I don't need that. Like at one point, you'll get moon seeds as Crystal, and then the game will explicitly tell you, okay, now you need to go back as Saber and do it. The reason that we even need a walkthrough in the first place is because there's supposed to be a hint system. You're supposed to be able to go get the hint system, ask for, hey, where do I go now, in case you get lost or just don't know where to go, and the game should direct you in that path. But there seems to be no dialogue, like no text-based stuff. Most likely because the game wasn't done to the point where they were like, well, what if something changes? There's no point in writing out a whole thing. Which just seems that the speculation is that later on in this build, because the way the percentages work, right? We're at 10% of the game already done. So the way the percentages work seems to be very strict. But if that wasn't the case, you would expect the game to let you go back to... I'm jumping ahead of myself. Let me take it back 2 steps. Remember when we saved Tricky's mom, we fed her the white mushrooms? There's another unused line where she says, go back to the Snowhorn Waste. You'll find an old silverback Snowhorn who can help you, right? But then you could also go to the swap stone. So it seems that you would have had a choice to go, okay, do I want to go back as Crystal or do I want to stay as Saber? And you would just kind of do things up until a point where you couldn't progress anymore. And then if you were to ask for help, the game would say, hey, you've done everything you can as Saber, you need to go play Crystal now. This seems a lot more structured, where it's like, hey, like, you finished this part with Saber, awesome, go back to Crystal. I mean, I think that's how this game's structured. You probably could at any point swap between the two and probably get things done, but I don't know how that would break the progression, like the numbering system up here. It sometimes randomly gets stuck, so we're gonna see how far it lets us go before the game screws it up. It's not that complicated. It's just interesting because we don't have those earlier builds to go based on. We're looking more at like unused code or just speculation.
And keeps them fresh. You eat whenever you want, but share with friends. No Sharpclaw, not her friends.
Tell me more.
You choose how you use it.
And it could be as simple as they had just not got around to finishing the progression, the number progression. And so had they, it would have worked that way, where it's more counting instead of just based on flags. So
It sounds like a good idea.
Select, eat now, and food only going back when
I think they've gone past most of the difficult stuff at this point.
I like.
Most of the really hard patches and stuff seems to be done. Like I said, I think this is probably like 90% content complete based on what's in the game. There's still stuff that is missing that's just not there, and so I say the game's probably about 80% complete overall. Like if it was completely done, like everything was patched up to what's content complete, it'd probably be about 80%. But what's there? Oh, that's new. Why did he have like funny fog texture? I'm way more used to this on actual hardware, so any like weird visual things could just be an emulator problem. But no, there's a musical programmer. Actually, hold on. I'll just show you. There you go. Mods by Nug, updated by musical programmer Jeeves, Benjamin, and Ren. Which Ren hasn't really been around for a while. And there's also a couple other guys who have helped a lot with cutscenes. What's his name? Oh, I just blanked on his name. It's oh, I feel bad. He's got a YouTube channel, but he's worked on most of the cutscenes. And he's also the one who's added all the extra fun little text things that definitely don't bother me in any kind of way. Not at all. I promise. Like I said, last time I'm going to mention it. They are useful for those who might be auditorily impaired. And so in that case, it's excellent. I just wish it wasn't the default. This was something that somebody found out really recently. Because I used to think you had to just use this the whole time. Oh, shoot. Because this will kill you. But actually, you just pick up a barrel, take it over here. This took 3 years for somebody to figure out this is what you were supposed to do with it. 3 years. That goes like that. And then it dissipates. For 3 years, I had that little thing on, and then you come back and you get hit with that cutscene, or after the cutscene, you come back and you start taking damage. And most of the time, you would just die. But I was not the one to discover that. Yeah, same. Yeah. Because usually that would fade back from that cutscene and you'd get hit with, wow, you just died. And then the room would kind of shake and I don't know. Because of the damage that you were taking. So yeah, it's nice that somebody found that. There's things that I have found, but that is not one of them. Oh, I think so, yeah. I think this is like well more into... What am I trying to say? It's way more rare than what Star Fox Adventures was. Star Fox Adventures was just kind of... I mean, besides it just being kind of a mean game, mean-spirited, it was... I don't know. I don't really care for a lot of the characterization in that, and there's not a ton of, like, very rare isms. Where here there feels like a lot of that quirky, kind of rare charm. And Adventures, the most I can think of is, like, when they say, his name's Tricky. And he goes, huh, nice name. It's like, that's not really... I don't know. It feels very different. It feels like it was very Nintendo-esque, I suppose. Yeah, maybe that's why this game is so important to me, but it feels like I mean, it is. It's a long-lost Rareware game. It doesn't feel like it. It is one. And, you know, people can try to emulate those eras of games, but this is really... I mean, it's its own thing altogether. Why can't I hop on this? That log had a child. I guess we'll just swim over. It doesn't seem like you're really supposed to be able to swim over here. I know that you would drown, but you can see the water's supposed to take you over. Like if I get too close to that waterfall, it will push me over. I was going to try to, but you will not. It's just not strong enough, but it's supposed to. But I guess it's good because sometimes the locks don't work. But yeah, I love Crystal. I love Saber. People, you know, I mean, how many times have you seen people go, I fucking hate Tricky, dude. I hate Tricky so much. Tricky is one of my favorites in this game. I cannot stand him in adventures. He's so annoying. But here, he's genuinely endearing. He's like, just... He doesn't complain all the time. He's not constantly going, Fox, I'm hungry. He's just quiet. Sometimes he'll bark or whatever, but like he's a good little character. I like him. He's unique and endearing and doesn't make me want to rip my ears off. And Saber's a slightly flawed character, but he's, you know, he's not just here for money. He's here because he wants to save his dad. That's his only real reason for being here. He doesn't really care about anything else. Whereas Fox is just, I want money. I'm doing it for the money. Crystal's here because she really, really cares about Randorn and the planet. Which I guess kind of translates over into adventure. She still kind of cares about the planet, I suppose. That's why she was there in the first place, but... Why do I keep clicking that? I don't want to click that. I just want this. You can play ball with him, yeah. I did that earlier. We can do it again. He does not change colors. But that could have been something neat. Kite doesn't get a ball, which is kind of weird. But... Okay, so he's still way too fast. That's interesting. So that doesn't happen on console. That was actually the thing I was trying to avoid. Was that. That's why the frame rate's been a little iffy. But it seems the game's still overclocking or going full speed still speeds that up too much. Just weird. You know what, we'll just say he has the zoomies today. He was just really in the mood to have some zoomies. I wonder if that can be changed where it's not tied to frame rate, or if that would be way too difficult to do. Kite does have the play command. You just never get anything to play with her with. That was English. I don't know what happens if you like force... I assume nothing would happen if you force the ball into Crystal's inventory. I don't know if that's ever been tested or not. But Kite just doesn't have anything to do. But there is a voice line and a command that all works. Where Crystal will go play. So again, it could have been one of those things where they were slowly taking out code. Because we'll see some of that later, where it seems like they were removing stuff. But it also could have just been they hadn't gotten around to it yet. seemingly, because we know like early development was Timber. Ooh, I thought I was about to fall. Early development was Timber and Tricky. So it seems like Timber was taken out, then Saber was brought in alongside Crystal and Kite, and so that was kind of the revamp, the original revamp. But I don't know. I guess they probably did Tricky early on, but I don't think they got very far into Dino Island before that transitioned into this. But that might have been why Tricky was just there first, and so he got a lot more of the programming chops. You don't have to use the log to get over here. I just do. Because the water should push you away, technically. So. And then this cave needs a camera transition. Because it's very glitchy. Yes and yes. To both of those, yeah. You can go into the shop. And I believe Saber and Crystal have slightly different, or they're supposed to have slightly different items, and they're both respective versions of the shop. Oh, someone else said they like the way Tricky barks. I also agree. I think it's a little weird in like retrospect, but like Kite chirps. You know, some of the other, like the snow horns, they blow their horn like a trumpet. You know, it's like, right. So I just think like each one kind of has their own equivalencies. This camera doing that. You pay this much. There's a ton of extra voice lines that are not in Adventure that are in this build. And not all of them are accessible currently, but you can kind of, we did like a temporary thing for the items that are currently in the game. And you can kind of walk up. I'll show that later. We will have to go to the shop at one point. The shop was supposed to be a lot more useful because that's where the hint system is. Like in Adventures, there's the quote-unquote cheat well. Cheat well wasn't a thing here. It was the hint well, and it would kind of direct you in a direction. The swap stones are also supposed to direct you kind of where you're supposed to go. There's even a point where the cutscene says, hey, or I think it's Kite. We'll see that not too far from now. Kite will go, hey, let's go talk to the swap stone. Maybe he can tell us where we should go next. So he was supposed to give you hints, and then the shop was supposed to have a hint well in case you didn't know exactly where to go. But without that, sometimes it kind of feels very like, where in the hell am I supposed to go right now? Dang. A bad cycle. Things like this, like that barrel is moving a lot faster than it should. Or at least it does on console. So again, sometimes the frame rate can be good that it's higher. It looks really nice. But other times it can change gameplay mechanics. Like the log moves a lot faster. Like when you try to turn left and right, the cannon moves a lot better from left to right. So some of it's like beneficial. A lot of things that probably would have been ironed out had this game been finished. And then also 20 years of emulation, somebody would have gone, hey, you know what? That's moving too fast. Let me fix that in the emulator, but since this didn't come out. Actually, you know what the saddest thing is? I'll be completely real. Is that I really like these characters. I quote this game sometimes. And I feel like people in my life know well enough about, like I've talked about this enough where they're like, oh, I get that joke. That's funny. But, you know, Ocarina of Time has had 20 years of fans building up hype and excitement for that game. Even something like Banjo's had 20 years. Conker's had 20 years plus of fans quoting stuff, falling in love with those games. And this game just doesn't have that. And it has all the charm and all the characterization to be that kind of game. It just didn't get the opportunity it needed. So this section's a little screwy. You kind of have to go to the edge here. And then you kind of clip through. That wasn't always a problem, but the logs used to not have any collision at all. And you would just fly off the map and die. So it's a weird, quirky side effect that probably needs to be addressed at some point. Because there's only 2 spots where that really happens. But it's like something about the hitboxes being wrong. So we're about to go into our first shrine. I was told something was reverted in here. Apparently it was supposed to, or it was supposedly fixed, but it might not be now. I guess we'll see. I don't think there's a better time to play. I think if you started playing right now, I think this would be the perfect time to start playing. I wouldn't have said that a year ago, but I feel like now is like probably the time. Like genuinely, I feel like this is probably the most polished the game has ever been. And I'm not sure if in a year from now we'll still continue to get updates. That's why I keep trying to get people to find out about this game. Because I feel like the more people who know about it, the more people will continue to be interested and want to, you know, engage with it and keep pushing people to want to create and work on this. Okay, so yeah, this has been reverted. They're not supposed to respawn, but something about there was a new bug that came in. 4 of these are supposed to spawn. See, the music even stopped. 4 of them are supposed to spawn in this area, and you kill all 4 of them, and that's the thing. But they keep respawning, so that's a bit disappointing. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to wait a year, but I don't see a point in waiting. Like, you can always just play it again and again and again and again and again. And again. Or maybe that's just me. I don't know. But like recently, Dragon Rock got its whole revision, which it took like 2 months for somebody to basically figure out what was all wrong with Dragon Rock and fix most of it. Because before it was in a very buggy state, and that's like a huge part of the game.
Did you hear that?
Um.
What? It must be the spirit inside you.
Take me to Warlock Mountain. I suppose we'd better do what she says.
It's about 9 to 12 hours. It's not super long. And I mean, for me, we'll probably get done with this in like 9 hours. Like 10, yeah, 10 hours might be more on average. But if you're like I'm just running through this, right? I've seen all this. I'm just going straight from point A to point B. If you take your time and you're like, hey, I'm going to go to the shop and I'm going to talk to characters and do extra stuff, it could take you easily 12 hours. I'd say if this game was finished, it'd probably be around 16 to 20 hours with, like if you were experiencing everything this game originally was supposed to offer, it probably would have been about 16, 20 hours. But as it stands, I can beat this in about 9 hours and not really miss a ton.
Can we go to Cloudrunner Fortress now?
But what about this spirit? Randorn must have sent me to collect it for a reason.
But my mother's going to be very worried.
Look, let's just get rid of this spirit and then we'll go straight to the fortress. Okay?
Okay, but we need to hurry.
Most cutscenes are skippable unless they cause bug problems. I try to not skip cutscenes because sometimes they can still... Why? I can't go down that ladder. I can't walk down here. What on earth? What's going on here? Well, that's new. I heard that some of the maps have had revisions to them, so I'll keep that in the back of my mind. That I need to re-look at this area. I haven't seen anything. I figure if this area got revised, the 2 texture issues that I pointed out earlier would have been fixed. I figure that would have been the main things that would have gotten fixed. But nothing here seems to be that changed. Yes, all cutscenes, I think I said already, all cutscenes are skippable. Most of them, sorry, I shouldn't say all of them. Most of them are skippable. But they can cause issues like the opening. If you skip the cutscenes too quickly through there, it will crash. So, but most during gameplay, like if you've seen a cutscene already, they shouldn't cause issues. But right now the game is in a very... I'd say it's in a pretty good state, all things considered. I mean, considering that the original ROM used to crash anytime you looked at it funny. And this one mostly crashes if you're just not being careful. It's pretty night and day. I mean, that's the important thing too. The more people who play it, the more crashes people get. The more crashes people get, the more of those, oh, okay, well, we can fix that. We can stop whatever's causing this. Like, I know last 2 times I've gone to Cloud Runner Fortress, I've had crashes in the transformation room. Both times. So I'm preparing that it's probably going to crash again in that room. It hasn't done that before, but I think something changed in there and it broke it. So I've reported it. Maybe it won't do it this time, but it might. So now we get to go take the spirit back.
Hello, Crystal. Are you ready to walk to Warlock Mountain?
I've been trying to stream about every day or so. Weekends, kind of up in the air. And once school starts back, I probably won't stream every day. But for right now, I've been trying to keep myself going at least once a day. Last 3 days, we streamed Banjo, and I did not awesome on that. I got the Rusty Bucket Bay, and that was really rough. Next streams, I'm looking at doing Mario Builder 64 and continuing that little series, or making that into a little series. But this released last night, and I was like, you know what? We're going to do this. But yeah, you can stop by anytime. I'm going to have a second channel where I'm going to put some of these streams up, and you can rewatch them and whenever you feel like it.
Ah, Crystal, my dear. So tell me, what did you find at Discovery Falls?
She found... I am Kwan Atalachu, first spirit born, 1 star of 8.
Are you a Krazoa?
The Krazoa, they worship us. Their thoughts reside with us in each shrine. It is they that test you.
Who are the Krazoa?
I'm not quite sure. I found some records of an ancient civilization from before the time of the dinosaurs.
Shh. I am the first. There are 7 more that you must bring to this place.
Why should we do what you say?
It is only by the will of life that the spirit can bring peace. You will find us all. We must continue. Take me into the chamber.
There's not a General Scales fight, no. General Scales has so there is a condensed story from this game about a year before this build, basically, or a little more than before this build. Like probably about a year and a half. And in that condensed story, it talked about there being a General Scale fight. But there's just a cutscene in this one. There is more evidence that in Star Fox Adventures, there was supposed to be a Scales fight. But Scales isn't the main enemy in this game. So if you don't know who the real villain in this game is, don't even worry about it. But General Scales, I don't go, oh man, there's not a Scales fight. I feel like Scales get what he deserves. Maybe he doesn't get whacked in the face by me, but you know, he breaks his back, so it's okay. Yeah, I agree. I think they should have had the Scales fight and adventure. I feel like that should have been prioritized over some of the other stuff. Because they even changed some of the ending cutscene. Like, there's a part where they go, Fox, you did it. All right, time to come back. And he's like, no, I gotta go save Crystal. And they, like, redid that whole cutscene to be like, oh, no, the planet didn't come together. What the heck? Oh, I guess I'm not done yet. It's like, why did you even bother doing that? Why not work on the fight? I don't know, maybe there were more animators than there were people who could make cutscenes. I don't know. So that is the end of what we can do as Crystal. So right now, Kite wants to go to her home, but she can't go yet because we don't have a way in there yet. We could get to the door, but we couldn't actually get past Moon Mountain Pass. So all we can do now is swap.
I think the Prince Earthwalker is ready for a new skill. This is the Destruct command. Use it to get by those who block your way.
Hello, I'm Rocky. I prefer Happy Rocky over Grumpy Rocky. So like if you... Well, I'm not going to do it right now because we would get stuck. But... Actually, wait, you asked about... Let's see. I think 2... And then... Okay. Because if I don't save state... Things sometimes mess up when you go into the shop, so...
Not you again.
But he's got like that real Chris Seaver angry voice. Which is fine. And I feel like that design kind of, or that voice kind of works for maybe the design in Adventures, but he just looks so nice. I don't like his big grumpy design. I prefer when he speaks nice and soft. So here's the shop guy. Or get out!
Firefly Latchet. Only one previous owner. Ceased. To you, 30 scarabs.
30 scarabs.
Small dinosaur food bag. Just in.
It's kind of quiet. But there's this. There's also this food bag, but we don't need to grab that at the moment. Actually, coming in here kind of affects some of the lighting stuff. Which I guess if we're going to Snowhorn Waste, it's not the biggest deal, but... There's a map room back here. You may need this. So like the shop was supposed to be more of a central hub. You would come in here more, grab things, get different maps, because the map, you weren't always supposed to have your maps. I know they're always active here, but you were supposed to work to get your maps. You sometimes had to buy them, sometimes had to find them. And then I guess a copy duplicate would come up here and then you could see the whole world map. Yeah, he's extremely quiet. I have no idea, but like talking to him, he's kind of quiet. I don't know. Maybe some of that audio could be bumped up. Some of the audio needs to be turned down. That's for sure. There's some definite loud characters sometimes. But then there's this section back here, which is the ice room, which gives me like cameo Elements of Power vibes. But you can listen to all of his audio online. If you just look up Dinosaur Planet dialogue shopkeeper, like somebody has compiled all of the different audio tracks together, and it's mostly accurate. There's like a couple that are off, but I don't think it's for him. I think it's for a couple other characters have like audio missing. The secret here wasn't added until very late into Star Fox Adventures, because we have all the different duplicates of this map, and it was only in the very last versions of these maps that the secret room was there. But this little game works for the most part. I will play all my scarabs. All 19 of them. I don't remember him always being that quiet. So I forget how this game works. I think it's you're supposed to... Is it that you're supposed to grab all the... I can't remember if it's you're supposed to grab a certain color, or you're supposed to... I think actually you're supposed to avoid the red. I can't remember how this works anymore. Somebody explained it and I forgot all about it. But it doesn't actually do anything. You still have all the scarabs. So it's mostly functional, and you can win it. I don't remember if you're just supposed to grab... Let me try it one more time. I think you're supposed to just grab the green ones and avoid the red ones. Yeah. Uh-huh. Here, you know, let's go back down. Let's do 5. Okay, so I think you're just supposed to grab the green ones and avoid the red ones. But I still have 19. So, you know, the shop is mostly functional and you can buy items from here, but it's not super useful to us at the moment. And yeah, I did save state, so. But yeah, I like the shopkeeper. People call him Shabunga. That is not his actual name. Shabunga is a actual real character within this game that we will meet much later on. Somebody who was cut from Star Fox Adventures. And then I think it was Nintendo Power who was like, hey, let's reuse that name. And so they called the shopkeeper Shabunga, which, I mean, Shabunga's a great name, but that's not the shopkeeper's name. Shopkeeper does not have a name. He's not really supposed to be known about. He's just this mysterious character. Which was shopkeepers in video games being really cool, because I think Resident Evil has that, RE4. This game has a cool shopkeeper. Okay, that's all I can think of off the top of my head, but you get my point. Tricky's on his way. He's trying. Come on, Tricky. Come on. There you are. Who's a good boy? Okay, go distract him. Why is it like auto unlock? We shouldn't do that.
They sent you to rescue me. The shark claws haven't fed me in days, so I'm feeling a bit weak. If you bring me 12 frostweeds, I'll be able to get myself out. Hurry, boy. I'm starving in here.
So if we go and we press debug and go into, sorry, not settings. We go into debug and go into enable post prints, and you can see no weeds. No weeds equals 0. So let me show you how to do this quickly, okay? I've seen people struggle on this, and it is difficult, but it's really not that bad, okay? I'm gonna show you how to get this done. We'll knock all these snow weeds down, and then we are going to scare them off, and then we're going to sit here, and we're going to push them away, and we're going to sit right here. And then we're going to wait. Oh yeah, have a good time, man. Enjoy. So now, okay, see that last one just hopped over. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay, you grab, you do this, and you start running. And look at all the snow weeds we got, okay? I know how much this guy loves his weed. Okay, he absolutely adores his weed. Okay, he's just so hungry, right? He hasn't had his weed in a while. He's got the munchies. And then you kind of just stand here, and the weed will eventually make it over. This weed. And we'll kind of bounce over. You just have to like imagine that you have like a tiny little barrier that extends out. And that is honestly the easiest way to do this. You can take each one individually, and that's really slow. And then we're going to walk all the way over here. And then that one goes in. And that's 6 snow weeds, just like that. Extremely, extremely easy. But I've seen people struggle on this. I used to struggle on this. Very much so. I used to be like, can we not just change this to 4? And I still think, full-heartedly, that it should not be 12 frostweeds. There's speculation that Tricky is supposed to be able to help you. But I don't know if that's backed up by anything. And then they also run off the barrier over here, and they get all messed up, and they're not supposed to do that either. Actually, look, they're... Oh, shoot! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no, that's bad! Oh, no, that's bad. I'm gonna cheat. No one tell anyone. I'm gonna cheat. That's really bad. Oh, no. Oh, crap. I've made everything so much worse. I have made every... Okay, wait. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Okay. Stop. Okay. Okay. Whew. Okay. Just a note for everyone else. Don't ever go in the water down here. The game does not enjoy that. Actually, I don't think it you know what? I may be overreacting that. It may not crash anymore. I think you actually are able to walk down there, but I'm sure it would mess up something. Also, these 2 weeds are not coming. Come on, weed. There they go. There the weed go. Yeah, something about the hitbox over here is real messed up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I still feel like 3 or 4 is plenty. Like 4 I think is a good amount. Because he would talk 3 times. Oh no, stop, don't go. He talked on the 3rd time, he goes, you sure are slow. And then the 4th one you feed him, and then he would be good, right? Like, I feel like that's a good pattern of... The Swede. Oh. I guess that was off a little bit.
Prince! And who is this with you?
This is my friend, Saber. My mother sent us to find you.
Your mother sent you, did she, lad? Nice lady, your mother.
She said you'd know something about a spellstone.
A spellstone? My name is Garunda Tay. I am a spellstone guardian. Many moons in our past, the great Chimeria dragon formed a group of dinosaurs known as the Spellstone Guardians. 4 dinosaurs from different tribes were each given a spellstone. Each guardian was to keep this knowledge secret and pass down this duty through following generations. General Scales learned that I was a guardian and gave me a choice. Either reveal where I had hidden the spellstone, or my whole tribe would be destroyed. I had no choice. The safety of the many must come before the few. It is my duty. But my daughter did not think this way. My daughter told Scales that she knew where to find the spellstone. Scales kept his word and did not destroy the tribe. He enslaved them instead. My daughter has dishonored me.
What can we do?
It is up to you to find the spellstone before General Scales. I will open the mine. Remember, you must return the spellstone to me so that I may activate it for you. Good luck!
Alright. So I always give the game a little save right before then. Also, it looks like we are at 14%. There's nothing over this way yet. I have a good suspicion of what this section is supposed to be for, but you can shoot this down and then this tree will also fall, which is pretty neat. And it will make a little path up that way. So as you can see, some of the cutscenes will skew the characters' heads. Like, Saber looks like he's real fucking lopsided. So the best thing to do is run up for here. Jump in here. And die. And then snow will start to fall, which I think if we walk back out here and then walk back in, the snow should stop. Might not though, which would actually be kind of annoying. But I'd rather see Saber cutscenes properly and not just... Actually, I think we have to walk all the way out here, right? Let's try it. Jump over. Tricky, chill, bro. Sometimes the weather effects just get stuck, which I think is going to be the case here. Yeah. Which kind of sucks. I wish the cutscene didn't skew your head. It's been a problem since the game leaked. Not sure why it's a problem to get it fixed, but I guess it is. So we'll just deal with extra snowflakes. It's just extra snowy today, don't worry about it. Oh, Tricky, don't do it. Tricky, don't do it. Tricky will push me. Tricky, don't. Whoo, Tricky's an asshole. Tricky will absolutely push you off the ledge and feel no remorse. Talk to this lady.
Can you help me get free?
And she whispers in your right ear and she says, "Can you help me get free?" So we go down here. And it's just so extra snowy in here today. But Tricky will do a little dancey dance. Forever I thought he just kind of glitched over here, but he does a little, look at him, he does a little dance and he like entertaining him and he starts digging and he does a little dance, and that's distracting the Sharpclaw for us. Tricky's a good boy. Tricky works hard for his keep around here. So now we have the key. Tricky, come here. You wanna go play ball? Wanna play ball? So the ball for some reason comes out of Tricky instead of us. Watch, we'll just... Oh, shoot. The ball will come out of Tricky instead of me, which is peculiar. Okay, Tricky. Get the ball. Just wait one moment. I'll come save you in a second. Just one moment, please. Come here. Yes, a good boy. Again, doesn't really do anything, but I assume it would probably do the same thing had it been finished, which is change Tricky's color. Look how excited he is.
I cannot thank you enough for releasing me. Take this as a reward. I found it whilst working yesterday. It looked important, so I hid it from the shop claws.
Thanks. This may come in useful.
If you're heading for the mine, please look out for the Guardian's daughter. Her bravery alone saved us from certain death at the hands of General Scales.
So there's a good chance that at one point, instead of that gear, she used to give a spell. Which again, this game seems to have gone through some level of revamp later on in development. I don't know what spell you would have gotten, unless potentially like your sidekicks using their stuff used to also be a part of like the spell system. It's a little unclear because I can't think of what spell you would even want to have at this point. But the reason that we know that is because he goes, "Thanks, this used to belong to my father." Which the only thing that could possibly be is Randorn's pages that flew out into the storm. So, but now it's just a gear. But it's still like in the original leak, he goes, "Thanks, this used to," or the text at the bottom said, "Thanks, this used to belong to my father," which is interesting. And again, it's kind of unclear because a lot of this stuff was like, a lot of the audio has been replaced with Fox McCloud lines, but not all of them, just some of them. And so I'm kind of under the impression that this build is like some amalgamation of like an earlier build with Fox McCloud stuff in it. I still kind of believe the E3 build is further along than this one, for the most part. Like, if you've ever looked at like some of the Giga Leak stuff, hold on. I can barely hear him. Some of those lines might, like, we might be able to turn those, let the volume up on them some. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't remember now. Dang. Oh, I'm of the opinion, I don't know how many other people agree with me, but I'm still of the opinion that whatever build that this came from was like earlier, and they were working off an earlier build to mess with like some of the Fox McCloud stuff. Because there are things you can see in the E3 build that look so much further along than this. Not everything. Not everything. There's stuff in that build that also seems like, oh, that's definitely earlier. But it doesn't make sense why there's so many audio tracks and random things that are broken that don't seem to be broken in the E3 build, or even earlier footage. Like, it's very bizarre. I blame 9/11. No, I'm kidding. I blame this game being like pushed to be a Fox or Star Fox game, and that they just did not have time, so they were just kind of working on like overtime a little bit, which seemingly was the case. And then they figured out, oh, we are not going to be able to launch this as a launch title for the GameCube. This is definitely going to have to be a later game. So I had to rewrite a bunch of stuff. But if you look at if you look up Star Fox Adventures 2001 like E3, you can see the game, and the game runs like this. A lot of stuff looks very similar. From my understanding, they assumed that it would have been fairly easy to just port what they had over to the GameCube, which should have been the case, but the GameCube ran fairly differently. And also disc versus cartridge, and so there wasn't nearly as much stuff in memory and whatever else. There seems to be quite a lot of stuff that went haywire. And if you look up, like, there's a fight, the Galladon fight, which we will see soon enough. But playing in Star Fox Adventures, and every time they go in between a scene or something, you can see where the disc has to start spinning again, and it has to freeze and load that. It just doesn't look like it runs very well at all. So I think it was much more of an undertaking than they expected. And then, I guess more and more stuff changed over time. Genuine theory, okay? Genuine theory. Star Fox Adventures was going to be a lot more Dinosaur Planet than it ended up being. But when they realized they had to delay the game anyways, they said, hey, what we'll change some stuff. We'll make it a lot more Star Fox. And then the Rare buyout happened, and they were like, oh shoot, oh no, crap. And so they just kind of pushed out whatever was done at that time. That seems the most logical to me. Like, they were like, oh shoot, we gotta take 3 steps back because we do not have the time we thought we had. So there is no ideal Star Fox Adventures, unfortunately, because the final product was rushed. And this was already being transformed, so out there somewhere is probably the ideal Dinosaur Planet, but it's not this. This isn't quite done. But this is as good as it's gonna get for now. And I still love a lot of this, a lot of the characterization, a lot of the puzzles and the world and environments, and I don't know, maybe one day Rare will go back to their archive. I would love that. I've said it before, but the day that 12 Tales comes out, that's all we're doing.
That's better, but I need more.
I will quit whatever the heck I'm doing once 12 Tales comes out. I don't care what it is. I will sit here and I will stream it until I am satisfied. I don't care if it takes me a week. I will not leave this chair. There's that little sliver on the door, and apparently there's a sharp claw or something that's supposed to open it and go away and shut it back. And now you know. Infinite knowledge up in this forehead. Oh, tricky. Distract him. Go. There you go. Wow, look how quick he moves. I'm kind of more interested to just, like, can I, hold on, I want to. Get him. Yeah, shoot him. Get him. Come on, Sharpclaw, hit him. It's actually kind of cool. Look, and it catches the flame. Like, isn't that neat? Like, that will catch them on fire. Which is what I have to do anyways. Tricky's like, why aren't you helping me? Okay, I'll hit him. There he goes. He disappeared. The shooting's so different between console and this. It's so sensitive here. Truly, where are we going? He doesn't have that voice line in this one. Like I said, Tricky's not annoying in this game at all. Tricky is a great, endearing character. And it sucks that Star Fox Adventures made him one of the absolute worst characters. The most he does is he does that little whine because the game thinks he's hungry all the time, even though he's not hungry. And he doesn't do it all the time, it's only sometimes, or when he thinks there's an enemy nearby, he'll bark. And that's also because he gets confused. He's senile, okay? He's just really old. Oh, Snowball moved a lot. Tricky's just a little bit senile, it's okay. He doesn't even know if he's hungry or not. He has no idea. But he doesn't go, where are we going? Or let's play. There's none of that garbage. Tricky is a good character and I love him. And Kite's just as cool as he is too. Kite just chirps. She goes, chirp. HD texture pack? Somebody did an HD texture pack for the text. I don't really think this game, like, I don't know how this game would look with an HD texture pack. I'd assume that it looked kind of... It might look good. I don't know. It's a good question. But no, I don't think anybody's actually working on that. At least not to my knowledge. Hey, Tricky. Somebody has made a 60 FPS patch, but it kind of messes with some stuff. That can be found on the Dinosaur Planet website. Tricky, will you please come here, dude? What is your problem? There we go. Can't do that yet, but sometimes Tricky doesn't like to follow us back here, so it's good to just get that done. The 60 FPS looks really cool. Most N64 games running at 60 FPS look really cool. So now we have all the gears. This gear here, this one is the gear from Metal Gear Solid. And this one is the gear that keeps my brain turning. As you can see, I do not have that gear. Why has Twitter been blowing up with that, by the way? It's like the gear from Metal Gear, the gun from Silver Gunner, the hat from A Hat in Time, the I don't know. I mean, they're funny. It's like still going, and I'm really confused on why it's still going. I don't get on Twitter very often, if ever, but every once in a while I'll go on there and there's just some meme going around.
Across the ravine you will find our most sacred treasure, the Horn of Truth. Only a true believer may cross the divide. Believe in your quest, Saber. You must believe.
It's one of my favorite little lines. I don't know why it's so like all the characters here are really quiet. I think it's because this was just an earlier part of the game. So I think just all the voice lines for some reason are really quiet, but has somebody done a retexture? I wouldn't be surprised if someone messed around with it, but I definitely haven't seen anything on it. I like the way this game looks, though. I think it looks pretty good for... I mean, especially for an N64 game. Because how would you retexture some of this? There's so many things that I go, is that even supposed to be like that? Is that temporary? You know. But retexture would be interesting. I think just a native port of this game. Like if this game ever got decompiled, I think most of the issues would instantly get resolved. We'd see like a month of huge progress and all the bugs being like cleaned up. But it's just hasn't happened yet. People have decompiled certain parts of the game, and that's how we've gotten some big fixes. But like a full decompile would be great. It's called the Dinosaur Planet N64 Gigapixel Texture on YouTube. Okay. Let me give that a look. So I'm curious. I haven't seen it. I've seen some projects. Like somebody porting music to Dinosaur Planet and that kind of stuff. Why am I doing this? I've already done this. I just need to blow the horn. Oh, Tricky, good job. You did it. From 3 years ago. Ooh. That is something else. That looks like AI upscale. Like every texture looks AI. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Nope. 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 I don't know what kind of phobia that would be, but that was scary. And went to the cutscene with Randorn and Crystal, and their skin looks like little veins. I don't like that. I don't want that. Yeah, I saw the swap stone too. Ooh, I don't know. Now I have seen somebody mess with running an emulator that can run higher density textures and moving the textures over from Star Fox Adventures and moving it backwards into this. That looks really cool. I won't pretend that doesn't. I don't know if it's necessarily better, but it is really cool. Anything being backported from that game to the original is interesting. Oh man. There are certain songs and stuff from Star Fox Adventures that I love to see get ported backwards to Dinosaur Planet. There's maps even. It's really weird. We have some maps that are like super early maps. I say we have some. There is one map that is from extremely early in development that somebody found in the kiosk build, I believe, and was able... It was either kiosk or really buried in this one. I'm talking like ancient map. And I don't think I can pull... it's not... I can't access it from just the base build. I wish you could. That'd be really cool. Because like once I do the full video, I'd like to then show off all the stuff that's like still remaining but not yet implemented. Wait, why did I do this? I still have to. Oh yeah, Star Fox Adventure on GameCube looks great, and that's kind of like the double-edged sword, right? It looks really, really good. It's just not very fun. Where I'd argue this game is a lot of fun. It's got good puzzles to it. It's not nearly as punishing as Star Fox Adventures is, where it's like, oh, you died? Okay, we're going to send you all the way back to the beginning of the bomb puzzle. We're going to send you all the way back to the beginning of the shrine. I wouldn't mind to replay Adventures on stream at some point, but I'm just not a very big fan of it. I love this a lot more. I also didn't grow up with Adventures, so I know some people have like high nostalgia for that game, but I have seen the Dinosaur Planet speed or Star Fox Adventure speedrun. The guy just kind of jumps and then goes straight into like walking around in the void. Yeah. This game doesn't have anything like that. The maps here are put together in a very different way. Oh man. Okay, if you ever die, my immediate thing is don't press anything. Wait till all the stuff comes up and then press yes. It's always my recommendation. If you can avoid pressing anything. Just like as soon as you see your character go down, just do not press anything. Dang. Get out of here. Yeah, he does swim in the air, doesn't he? How do they manage that? Is there just like water out of bounds, or I don't know how that stuff works. I'm so unfamiliar with Star Fox Adventures. But just going based on what I know on this game, it's like I don't understand how that's possible. But I think a lot of like most things got recoded at some point. Like the walking mechanic. I mean, because Fox runs like 2 times as fast as Saber and Crystal does. He didn't always. If you look back at the 01 footage, he's walking just like that. He's walking like Crystal actually, because he has the staff. So he's literally just like a model placed on top of Crystal, which is weird, right? Can we talk about how flippin' weird that is? Because in this build, Crystal is still Crystal. Saber is now Fox. But then they even went back after that and they said, oh no, we'll put Fox is gonna go on top of Crystal. It's just bizarre. It's all so weird. I've always said it, but this build feels like a flippin' anomaly, like it came from a different dimension or something. It's just very strange. Okay, so Tricky should come over here now. Like, I'll show some of that footage off in a little bit. Whenever I call it quits, I'll stop for a second and look at that footage, if I remember to. But... and look at this. Look at this. Look at this. People were asking... oh, don't go in there yet. It's the ice key. Get it? Because Banjo-Kazooie? Is that not wild? That they had the ice key behind the ice and the whole thing, and Tricky can come and burn it? Like... I think that is so funny. And that was something they cut out of Star Fox Adventures too. That's not a thing. But yeah, I love that little ice key thing. Yeah, they were. I talked about that a second ago, but there's a lot of stuff that seemingly went through some kind of wild transition. because they thought that Star Fox Adventures was going to be a GameCube launch title. It's on the original GameCube box. But the game ran so poorly that they had to restructure stuff. A lot of the maps, a lot of the audio files, a lot of the models, everything is in a different format than it is here, but that wasn't always the case. There's a pretty clear cut. It was halfway, or like the third way through 2001. Like the third quarter of 2001 is kind of when all that model transition stuff started. And then it came out in 2002. So anyways, I didn't want to talk over Belina.
Who are you? My name is Saber, and this is the Crown Prince of the Earthwalkers. We have been sent by the Snowhorn Guardian to find the Spellstone. Do you know where it's hidden?
My name is Belina Tay. The Guardian is my father. Did he send you to rescue me?
I'm sorry, Belina, but he feels you have dishonored the Guardians. We were only sent to find the Spellstone.
You old fool! I had to save the tribe. If it wasn't for my father being a Guardian, none of this would have happened in the first place!
Belina, are you there?
Listen carefully. Find a way to the bottom of the mine. I'll meet you there.
That audio cuts off a little early. I hate that. Yes, Crystal is voiced by Joanna Dark's voice actor. I don't know why people keep having that argument. I've heard people go, well, what if it wasn't actually... Do you have ears? I think people just like to argue. I think people just like to make conversation. And so they argue over things that should be very, very, very apparent. But yeah, that's Joanna Dark's voice actor. And after the transition, they swapped over to whatever the lady's name is in Adventures. And there's a weird little fandom online about Crystal and fans of Crystal's voice actor and stuff. It's very, very bizarre, all things considered. But, oh. Huh. That's true, it is a very distinctive voice, all things considered. I mean, I like both voice actors. I'm not bashing on either of them. But I really like the voice of Crystal in Dinosaur Planet. Like, I don't know, why did I go this way first? Perhaps I'm distracted, not thinking. But yeah, I really like, I like Crystal. I like Crystal in this, and then anytime I'm playing Smash Bros or something, and, Star Fox Adventures, Crystal comes up and you just hear that voice and or I don't think she talks, but you just see her. It's like, ah, my brain hurts. Make it stop. Like, if I was going to say what I liked about Star Fox, I know I said at the beginning I wasn't going to bash Adventures. I'm still trying not to. But if I was to say what I like about Adventures, I like that the game runs at 60. No questions. It runs at 60. It's very, very pretty. It's got some very pretty exclusive music. Okay, both games have some of their own unique tracks. And there are benefits to the way Fox moves. I really like the way that his movement feels. It feels a lot more tight than Saber or Crystal do. With that being said, that's really it. Like, there's not much with the gameplay wise. Gameplay, I feel, is worse in Adventures. There's a lot of, I mean, just between even the R-Wing stuff, like, I don't like that being shoehorned in. There's just a lot of stuff in Adventures that's not very fun. And I will go back always to how many flipping barrel bomb puzzles there are. There's so many of them. You go into a temple, you fail the thing to get the spirit. Well, now you gotta do the whole temple again, even though you already made your whole way through it. It's complicated. This feels so well thought out, and I guarantee it's because a lot of the team members moved on after this. A lot of the team went to go work on something, or not a lot of them, but a good majority of people. What am I trying to say? It got swapped up a lot. Oh shoot, I didn't wait for Tricky. Tricky! He's coming, he's trying. There he is. A lot of the team got mixed up. I don't remember where some of them went. But some went on to work on other projects while some new people came in to work on the Star Fox stuff. So it's basically like development started over again. Which will, I mean, kind of explain why some stuff is just really random from Adventures to, you know, because had it been the same team all the way through, I think a lot of ideas probably would have stayed the same just with Fox. But oh, there we go. Oh yeah, the fur physics and that are really good. Yeah, Fox as a model looks really good. Which, I mean, it looks fine in this one too. Like, had they stuck with like that. Like, I like this design too. Like, this is pretty neat. But I don't know. I just wish it had stayed. I think everybody, even Rare, I think, wishes it had stayed Dinosaur Planet. Wait, how do I... Wait, I went to settings with settings. But I also have a really soft spot for N64 models and, like, level design and that kind of stuff. Like, the real blocky kind of stuff. I like it a lot. So... this is the most pointless room. I don't know why this room exists. There's really nothing in here. Sorry to cheat. What is this? I don't know. I'm trying my best not to use any, like, no clip stuff, which you should not, at this point, you should not need to use any kind of clips on this. This section is really hard to see. I can't even see. It's supposed to be a light puzzle in here, but it just doesn't work. Okay, we got it. I think, well, okay, so here's the thing, right? Star Fox Adventures sold at least 1 million, I believe. Dinosaur Planet probably wouldn't have sold as much. But on the reverse side, that game went through an extra 2 years of development, which would have cost more money to Rare. Which game costs, you know, even then were really expensive. Or sorry, we're going up. Game prices, like, design-wise, were going up significantly, which is why Rare was looking to be bought in the first place. So had they stuck with this, they wouldn't have had an extra 2 years of dev time. And then something like Rare Replay would have been able to, like, have this game on there again. They would be able to sell merch and stuff, but that's a whole game they're not even able to sell merch on. I'm not saying it would have cut even, but I don't think the price would have been a huge difference. Because Star Fox Adventures wasn't the biggest seller either. It was kind of like, it got platinum hits, but it wasn't like, I don't think it was like a Mario Sunshine or anything. And I know as like a fan looking at something, it's really easy to go, well, you know, legacy, right? Legacy versus money. But I mean, seriously, I love there's so many good lines in this game. There's so many good sections. I always wait for there's no boulder on this one. I always just expect there to be. There's so many good lines. We'll get to some of them later, like when we go to, or not. What am I trying to say? Why am I forgetting? Diamond Bay has a bunch of really funny lines in it. Stuff that did not make its way anywhere near Star Fox Adventures. And it's like, you know, 20 years of Ocarina of Time building up its hype and its best moments and stuff. And this game doesn't have any of that. There are very few fans of this. So that's kind of why I keep wanting to push this game as hard as I do. Because maybe one day it will have its own fan base worth of people going, hey, actually, this game is really, really good. I missed that ball. Why is the ball taking so long? There we go. Listen, if you like the crystal design and adventures, man, you know, just keep it to yourself. No. I despise that design of Crystal, but she's popular for a reason. I'm not gonna say why that is, but she's popular for a reason. So, you know, thanks for turning one of the best characters into a sex icon.
It hasn't been easy. Now where is that spellstone?
My father didn't say exactly where it was, but he knew the Sharpclaw were getting close. Look carefully, Saber. I am sure you and your little friend can find it before they do.
I love their animations so much. Just like the little, he crosses his arms, he gets a little grumpy. Like, it's so good. I love it. So this area is supposed to have some puzzle stuff, and it doesn't. I love these crystals. These crystals were dummied out on accident for a while. I didn't even know they existed. I thought somebody added these in. I was like, oh, that's so cool. And they're like, no, this is that was supposed to be there. I love those crystals. There seems to be some kind of puzzle that you're supposed to do here, but you kind of just pull this out of the way and then it's tricky to dig. Oh, I don't want to do the ball. Yeah, I forget what she's supposed to be. Why is this not... Hello?
Here, boy.
Why is this... Why can I not get in here? Okay. I need to test some of this out. I don't know what's going on here. Or that's fine. That's why we get the cheat menu. That's why we're testing things. But that's a new bug. But I really like... yeah, she's supposed to be like a lynx or something. I don't remember what crystal exactly is. No, she's a white fox or something. Somebody smarter than me can probably tell you what she is. Or maybe she's a white wolf. It does give cat vibes, though. I get what you're saying. Welcome back, brother. You just made it in time for the cool boss fight. And watch Saber. He's not going to open his mouth. Nope. But he does flick his ear. He's just using the wrong model there. So we're going to tell... So Z target here is no longer unlocking, which is good. I have tested this though. I think it only works here, which kind of defeats the purpose. But for a while there, you could unlock from this boss fight. Oh, I would not call this piracy in any way. This is 100% not piracy. This game didn't release, so have at it. But the patch is on the Discord, Dinosaur Planet Community Discord. They also have a website. I mean, I guess I could post a link in chat. That would work too. I meant to put it in the description. Right now, you just kind of have to. You probably ask for it, or I can like link it. Because it's technically a nightly. The last patch was the April Fool's patch, which added some stuff. See, you can unlock from this, and you're not supposed to. But anyways, and that patch works. Or this is the one I'm working on. Sorry, what am I trying to say? I cannot both talk and focus on gameplay, apparently. Yeah, it is vaporware. I mean, that is what this is. It's just exciting that this is finally, you know, available. And I mean, I guess if you, as long as you own Star Fox Adventures, you know, there you go. Have a field day. If you want to feel morally okay. But what's the thing? If you're not actively selling it, then what's it matter? I'm very much, I like playing on console. I like having the original hardware and games and whatever. But for games like this, I want to blame anyone for. Oops, oh, the game didn't lock back on. There we go. Yes, that's the link in the video from last year. I saw there was a comment today on that video that was saying the link didn't work, so I didn't want to tell you to go to it because I hadn't looked yet. But yes, if it works, go there. And then in DP General, just scroll up till you see Musical Programmers post from yesterday, and then just pick one of the two. They should both be about the same. This is a lot more playable than before. I remember when people had to play this game, there were black boxes. Yeah, it was. Yeah, there was a lot of texture issues and stuff. There's tons of texture issues, and that was mostly the emulators just not being up to date with it. It wasn't even so much the game, but yeah, the game was in a really rough state. And I remember, like, even Oni Plays played this and was like, well, this game's gonna ass. It's like, yeah, it was ass at launch, quote unquote launch, because it was not finished. I don't know. And then they used a bad emulator and the whole bit, but oh well. So that's Snowhorn Waste and the Galadon fight, and I really like that fight. I'd love to see an extra hit be put on for that first phase, so it's 3 hits and 3 hits, because I think that's how it was at E3. Oh yeah, and you have no idea, because I was in the background for a while, because I have an old cheap EverDrive, and I play this over and over and over and over and over. I record my footage over and over and over. I have a huge hard drive worth of footage from like the last 3 years of just this game. Where anytime I'd come across someone to go, hey guys, here's a glitch, here's a bug, here's some crash I just got, and they would do their best to fix it. And that's why most of the bugs are kind of fixed at this point. Not just me, but those guys are really, really smart over there and are able to look at that stuff and go, okay, here's the hex numbers, here's this, tell me if this works. And then I could edit the hex number, be like, oh yeah, that fixes it. All right. But But yeah, those guys over there on the Discord are very smart.
You would not believe what we had to do to get this.
Ah, yes. I forgot to tell you about the clan attack. I had a run-in with him a few years back, but I managed to freeze him in a waterfall. I hope you gave him my greetings.
Father! Father!
Melina!
I'm sorry, Father. I made a big mistake.
No, I am sorry. You did the right thing. Scales would have destroyed us anyway. It is time for the work of the Spellstone Guardians to be secret no more.
Excuse me, but the Spellstone?
Ah, yes. Sorry, boy. Now let's see.
How long this game would be? Probably about 12 to 16 hours, depending on... I don't remember how long my video on YouTube is, but there's a lot of extra content added since then. So... probably like 12, 16 hours this game was. So 2 interesting things, right? First off, he says, I forgot to tell you about the Clan Adak, which is spelt wrong. And second off, isn't the name of the boss we just fought. That boss's name was Galadon. Clan Adak, from my understanding, is the boss, the second boss you fight in the walled city. So that's the weird anomaly. Second off, I love that cutscene. In Star Fox Adventures, because Belina and her dad never meet back up. And so they never say anything to each other. There's never that reconciliation where she's like, I'm sorry. He goes, no, it's okay. Never get that. You get Fox McCloud walking beside her and he's like, you shouldn't be mad at your dad. He's an okay guy. And she goes, yeah, I guess you're right. And he goes, yeah. Okay, goodbye. Enjoy floating on this rock. And that's that. So, oh, I still have that active. Oops. What channel is patching? Go to DP General or Dinosaur Planet General. It's just DP General, and then scroll up till you see the X Delta, and it should be 710 whatever. Again, I don't know why the text is still the weird ones with all the parentheses stuff, but oh yeah, Fox was horrible. Oh, I didn't mean to hit swap. No, not the Finders Club. No. Okay, hold on. Oh, what have I done? I have the Spellstone. I'm an idiot. Okay, we're going to the shop and then we're leaving the shop. No, you want to go to the community Discord. The Finders Club is the other one, which nobody uses anymore. But yeah, Fox is terrible. You know, I'm thinking about it now. I remember, oh, why did I just blank on his name? Alpharad did a Star Fox Adventure review years ago. And he was like, you know, I think we're seeing a lot of the character of Saber. No, Saber was a nice character. I mean, he's like, he doesn't want to be here. You watch that earlier cutscene, you know, he goes, he's like, I'm really only here to do my job. And he's like, okay, but your dad's in danger. And he goes, okay, fine, I'll stay and I'll help. And that's all the motivation he needs is to save his dad, not money. He's not rude to Tricky. He gets a little mad at him when Tricky's like, haha, you dummy. But they're already like pretty decent friends. You don't get that in Star Fox Adventures. Tricky is constantly annoying. Fox hates him the whole time. And then it's not till the very end where he's like, you're an honorary member of Star Fox. God, and we're about to get to when we go to the Walled City. There's a cutscene in there that is just so like, wow, this game had something. Yeah, I don't know why he's so bitter and stuff. But it is what it is. I mean, what you gonna do? But yeah, I don't like the way Fox is characterized. And then in Assault, he's right back to being heroic and stellar and the whole bit. So this is Diamond Bay, which is not at all in Star... Like, everywhere else we've been so far is in Star Fox Adventures. This area doesn't even exist in there. This is the first area that's just... they completely cut out. So here's the other area that you kind of have to roll over. You can also, because you can only get off the log in a few areas. You can get off the log at that post right there as well, but you can also come over here. Don't ever touch these. I don't even think you can, but, you know, just don't. And then here's one of my favorite cutscenes.
Leave our beach. Enough of my eggs have been stolen already.
We don't want to take your eggs. We've got a spell stone.
Did you say spell stone?
Show her, Saber. Show her the spell stone. Well, you know, we'd better get going. There's a volcano to find it.
You can trust me. I will help you get into the Force Point.
Yes, it's the ROM on the Internet Archive. Yeah. ROM_crack. That's the one you gotta use.
Bring this egg to me and I'll point you in the right direction. Huh, point.
I think she's a bit mad.
I love it. I love it so much. This character doesn't even exist in Star Fox Adventures. Not in the slightest. But that's where the, you know, Save My Eggs minigame comes from, is from this section. And then they threw that in. And also, yes, Saber does push with his sword upside down. It seems to be the same animation Crystal uses with her staff, which is why that would be the case. I don't know if it's possible, but the sword, if like he turned the sword upside down, I think the animation would be salvageable. Like, I think it looked just right if that was the case. The lighting in this room recently got updated. I say recently, it's probably a couple months ago, but now I get to go over here. Yes, sir. I think everybody should try this game out at some point. I really enjoy it. It's not perfect. It's not finished. But it is an incomplete masterpiece, as I like to put it. If I ever made a YouTube video, that's what I said I would title the video, is an incomplete masterpiece. Because it really feels like there's a lot of soul put into this game. I love it a lot. Alright, here comes the flash. You ready? There it was. Hope you enjoyed that flash. I don't know why it does that. It does that every time. I don't think it's running. No, it's definitely not running at 60. There is a way to run it on emulator at 60. They have that on Dinosaur PLA.net, which is a great pun. There's a way to do it, but it has like other problems as well, so I never messed with it.
Take this to the volcano gateway. It will allow you to cross to the Force Point Temple.
Oh, we got the dramatic version. So there's supposedly some song that's supposed to play with this, but the song is just an invalid ID. And so sometimes the music doesn't play anything. Sometimes it just plays normal Diamond Bay music, and sometimes it plays a very dramatic version of Diamond Bay. So now you just panicked for no reason. Actually, no, the old footage. Here's what you're thinking, though. The old N64 footage that you can find, I've been floating around forever, is a much, much earlier build than this. This is from December 2000. That stuff is from, like, 1999. Like, a whole year previous. So a lot of that, like, if you look at the opening and stuff, it's kind of similar. But it's also very different. So here's what we do here. We take Tricky, and I take the ball, and I go whoosh. And then Tricky runs. And then I'm just going to get hit by that one because the ball doesn't go quite far enough. But I assume that's what the puzzle is supposed to be. Tricky still has a ball in his mouth. I didn't know he... That's funny. Do you still have the ball? Oh, you don't have the ball. I've never seen that happen before. That's cool. Alright, so we're in Act 1. See, there should be some health over here. Tricky, chill. He's not there anymore. The health does not increase. There is text. Oh, there is text in the game that goes unused that talks about, congratulations, you just found a health upgrade. But there's nothing in the game to imply that. So there are some sections that would probably make sense for health upgrades. They currently are just like empty areas. So maybe it would have been more exploration based. Yeah, you just find them in the overworld. But no, there is no health upgrades in this. Although I feel like 3 health is pretty good overall. There are some sections that will kick you, but I also think that's just because the game's a little incomplete at times. These little robots are not finished. And we're going to see a lot more of these dudes. They kind of suck. The best thing I can recommend is just don't waste your magic a whole lot in here. Yeah, you can't increase your magic or your health. I don't know if there's any hints to magic being expanded, but I think there is health. But again, there's nothing to really... Like, that would probably be a whole new code set that somebody would have to create to do that. And an item and the whole bit. Sounds like a good idea, though, at some point, if the game ever gets decompiled to the point where that's possible. But I wonder if you would start with the 3, like you do here, or you'd only start with 1 heart, right? And then, as you continued, you'd get more and more heart pieces. Like, you get, like, little chunks. So you see how, like, the apples are taken out? Because I know they're apples up there, which is kind of silly, but in earlier versions, there's like a different health bar. There's different types of health. So that could always be updated. I don't even think that's what it looked like at E3. Actually, what did it look like at E3? Where's my mouse at? Hold on, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna share this with y'all. Whoa, 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 computer, come on now. Dinosaur Planet E3 2000. I'll mute that and then add this for y'all. I want to do display capture. Okay. No, not that one. What's the health look like up here? Yeah, it's like these little These little like crescent moon things. It's really not a good, but you see like you take health and it kind of goes down. So this is probably what the health would have looked like initially. But yeah, this is at E3 2000. So this build is only 5-6 months difference. And yeah, it's pretty significant. There's some big significant changes between it all. But we can look back at that in a bit. I'm gonna hide that screen from y'all. Alright. And then I want to put this back over here and this over here. I think each apple is 4 health, actually. I think. Could be wrong, though. You don't like Tricky's barking? I think it's kind of cute. I think Tricky barking and then like Kite does, she has little chirps. All the other, dinosaurs also have like little chirps and stuff. I also agree this game does have amazing music. David Wise does good music, what can I say? Alright, so we're gonna hop over to this one. Oh, you know, here's another thing about Star Fox Adventures I didn't even think about. Star Fox Adventures has a lot of those enemy gates. If anybody knows what I'm talking about. Oh no, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me. Oh man. So those enemy gates, because there's this section's in Star Fox Adventures, and there's an enemy gate right here, and you have to kill all the enemies before that gate opens up. It's like a little red shield or whatever appears. It has a skull on it, and you have to kill all the enemies. And it's like, that's not only world breaking and weird that would be there, but also like, it's not fun. Fighting enemies, I'm not going to pretend like the fighting in this game's any better, because it's not like amazing. But Star Fox Adventures is completely mindless, where this is kind of cumbersome at times. I don't know which is worse. I'd say Star Fox Adventures is probably worse in combat, but... Alright, and that opens this door. Yeah, I don't know what they were doing with Adventures combat. I don't know what they're doing with this combat either. This combat's also used at E3, but if you look at the really old footage, it's very like, you have like a little poke move, you have like some fancy moves you do, but this is just... You can just whack the shit out of people. Which is fine. I don't think it's nearly as interesting. But at least enemies don't have a stupid song that plays every single time you interact with one. And they also aren't sponges and have like, you know, because you can just whack them over and over and over in this. It's kind of like, do you prefer old Minecraft combat or new Minecraft combat? Neither one is like significantly better than the other. There's like pluses and minuses on both sides. I kind of like that I can swing and hit multiple enemies and stuff, but also it's kind of annoying. Oh yeah, enemies can have shields. Which there are shields in this one as well. They just don't have a model for it. Some of them definitely are supposed to be holding a shield. You can see that Saber's head is all skewed now again. It's like off to the side. There's only a couple cutscenes where that happens, but it's annoying every single time. Combat was never rare strong suit. What games really had combat though? Like Banjo, I'd say is pretty good with its diversity of moves, especially Tui. Tui does it pretty well. I wouldn't really consider either of the shooters. But Conquer, okay. That's fair. If you're talking about Live and Reloaded, fully with you. Terrible. If you're talking about the original, hold on.
We have to get inside and collect the Quan Atalachu. It looks kind of dangerous. So that means it's gonna be fun.
See, I love Saber. Saber's such a fun character. I don't want the shield. Okay. If you're talking about Live and Reloaded, fully agree. Bad Fur Day, though, the original, its whole stick is that you don't kill anything. Everything is context sensitive if you want to kill something. Okay, this is going to be harder than I'm thinking. You can skip over this if you hit D-pad left. Oh, what am I doing right now? Okay, hold on. Give me 5 seconds. My brain cannot function, apparently. I am gonna die. The dusters are the only thing saving us. So you probably are going, what are the dusters? Well, they do appear in this game, but most of them have been disabled. Most of them. Because they don't add toward a counter. You have infinite of them already, and they make a really annoying sound. So they have been removed. I wish we had just gotten rid of the sound, though, and like, replaced it with, you know, something else, or just had a mute. So I like them otherwise. I think they're pretty good. They just don't need to be spawned everywhere. Like, there's some of them that are supposed to be inside of boxes, but they just overlap instead of actually being inside the box, which makes it kind of annoying. At some point, I assume those will get added back. As you can tell, I'm really bad at this. If I could hold Z and not worry about it, like I'm holding Z right now, but it will eventually unlock for me. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. Look at there. Also, there's some sections over here. You can ask Tricky to dig, and he will... See, that's one of the only other sections in the game where he goes, I'm too tired for that. Yes, you do have infinite lives, because... the game just wasn't finished. This is more... Because if I look here, it says 0 spirits. It doesn't even have anything over here for the bunnies, but that's your dusters and then your spell stones, and those never update. The total will, but that's because somebody patched that, but the rest of these never actually count. I will go ahead and save, though. That's a good point. Thank you. Probably don't need a save state, but we'll be okay. I really haven't had the save state in this in forever. We were talking about Conker's combat, though. Conker's combat is pretty good, all things considered. Like, it works. But you don't kill many enemies. There's not a whole lot of enemies you actually kill. I think that game's really smart in the way it, like, sets you up. Now, Live and Reloaded goes, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of new enemies. And you're going to have this bat, and you're going to beat the fuck out of all these characters. And it's not fun. It's not fun in the slightest. But Bad Fur Day, your point isn't to kill enemies. Everything is always context sensitive. That's the only time you kill anything, is you're riding the dinosaur, or you're, I don't know, shooting your slingshot or something. That's the only time you ever kill enemies. Now, the game is hard, but I think that's, you know, intentional. But I can't think of another game that had poor combat. If anything, I think Rare's had some pretty decent combat. I mean, Killer Instinct exists, and that's a pretty good game. But also, like, oh yeah, the multiplayer, that's true. And I think the multiplayer works pretty well. Think about the combat multiplayer. I mean, if you don't like it, that's probably true. You know what? The guns. You're right. Maybe the guns in that. But Perfect Dark had really good guns. And so did GoldenEye. But it was a bit convoluted. I'm not going to pretend it wasn't. Alright, here comes the fun part. I did not turn on turbo. I didn't even think about that. Ah, I love mashing. Okay, you're right. Jet Force Gemini. I really tried with Jet Force. Like, not even 2 months ago, I really gave Jet Force the time of my life. What am I trying to say? I gave it like 10, probably around 10 hours before I finally said, I'm just not having fun. It's just not fun. I don't like the combat scheme at all. It is beautiful though. No question there. Maybe not the character models that much, but the game and the world itself, I like it a lot. But not a huge fan of yeah, I don't know. Also, you saw Crystal back there pushing against us. I don't know if that was always the case, like if that was always the intention or not, but and then, oh no, Tricky doesn't get stuck anymore. That's cool. Yeah, the aiming in Jet Force is just rough. I discovered this, by the way. I didn't know you could kill these guys, and apparently no one else did either. So that was my little contribution. And then if you talk to this, it'll do some weird stuff. Here, we'll actually save state for this. So 2, and then 4. Oh, why is this not working? Oh, because I'm not even in the game. No wonder it's giving me problems. Okay. We talked to her.
The final spell stone. Your quest is almost at an end.
She'll start activating the fourth or the final spellstone quest, even though obviously we haven't done that. So all of this section, like that first part works great, then everything after that you pretty much just skip this whole section. We'll come back later and we'll see an earlier revision of like one of the cutscenes, and then that's when the egg minigame starts. Speaking of the aim though in Jet Force Gemini, I mean this game has the same thing. This is the same kind of aiming system. I don't know why they did that either. At E3, this game at E3 had traditional aiming controls, and then they removed them. I have no idea why they changed it to this, but it's so much worse. Tricky, will you go ahead for me? No, you won't, because you hate me. Ah. So this part always kind of sucks. Tricky, what are you doing, man? You can shoot at these guys. You can actually whack them in the face. They're very complicated. So all these enemies over here, because this guy right here, these little plant things, all of this stuff are actually... Okay, Tricky doesn't react to it. All these are actually for Willow Grove. They all say it in the name and their model format. It says like Willow Grove plant leaf, Willow Grove this, Willow Grove that. So this was probably something they were working on later. This area seems to have been revised later on. Which is why sometimes the collision doesn't match up perfectly, because the collision's based on an earlier version of this area. You can see how bad the frame rate has tanked here. I mean, it's almost unplayable on console right here. Oh, Tricky, don't push me, please. Oh, jeez, Tricky, can you burn him? Can you do that for me? Can you get him? There you go. There you go. Be useful. Are you fucking kidding me? Tricky, go. Go, Tricky. Tricky, please. Okay. Which Willow Grove is an area we haven't got to yet, but it was also not inside Star Fox Adventures. Okay, and we're going to tiptoe around him, and then we're good. Oh yeah, that whole section we were just in was all new territory. All of Diamond Bay is not in there. Okay, so we have the spirit now, so we can go do this. There are some soft locks in this, but most of them, like if you ever get really stuck or something, you just hit D-pad right and then hit D-pad right again, and then you have enable and you can walk through walls, you can do whatever. You can just fly. Eventually, hopefully, there won't be soft locks and we won't need this whole debug menu. But there's a lot of debug menu stuff in there. So now we get to go deposit Saber's first spirit. I get to talk to Grumpy Rocky, who I don't like that much. Yes, yes. All you need is a D-pad, and every N64 controller has a D-pad, so yeah. Which again, I try to avoid it unless I'm like testing something. But we've had 2 instances already where the world did not let us go forward and I had to get the no clip going. So it's good for a backup. Eventually, I mean, hopefully we won't need that anymore, but for right now, it's good for a backup.
Get that hidden.
Using no clip? No, no clip's not bad at all. I mean, it works. Again, you just edit and then you hold L, and L will let you kind of levitate in place. It's not like perfect, but it works fairly well for what you need. But yeah, I mean, try to avoid skipping over stuff unless you absolutely need to. Tricky, were you coming or not, dude? There you go. Yeah, it's so the game runs a little worse than it did at its original leak because things have been patched and Dynamod itself kind of makes the game run a little worse on console, which is really unfortunate. There have been talks about optimization, but it would have to be a lot of decompilation, and that's not... I think decompilation's in the work, but it's slow for sure. See, I did too. I watched the Glay, Glay. I don't know how you say that guy's name. But I remember watching that on the original leak and being like, "Wow, this is crazy, right?" It is hey, Tricky. Whoa, hey, dude. No, Tricky. No, Tricky, come back here. Tricky, I need you. No, don't you go in there. I need you. Come here. Yeah, I just want to talk to you for a second. Come here. So Tricky is supposed to have a heal command, H-E-E-L, to stay still, but Tricky doesn't have that. So we just give Tricky a little whack on the face, and he gets mad at us, and then we get to walk through the door. It's all good. But yeah, I remember watching their streams too, and I mean, the game is night and day. They were trying to just make it through without the game crashing. I remember that. And think to myself, like, goodness gracious, this game's crazy. But watching that stream versus playing this now is so radically different. It's so different. Like, this is an actual video game. That was something completely different. But there was like the waterfall. You used to have a bunch of falling rocks, which that has never been added back. But I think that was supposed to be like like probably like a third time visit kind of deal. It probably wasn't supposed to be an every time thing anyways. But anytime the falling rocks would happen, there would be too many on screen. It would cause the game to run out of memory or crash or whatever. But that was fixed long ago. So we'll do something real cool right now, which is up here, and this happens on both sides for Saber and Crystal. There are these little diamond things, which look like they're just part of the environment, but as you can see, they're not even centered, right? You shoot it, and it takes a second, and it loads, and then this door opens. So the crystal... Saber, what are you doing there, brother? That's kind of what happens when you're not in the 4:3 aspect ratio. Sometimes there's just weird things that you get to see in cutscenes. But that will open this door down here. So it's kind of unclear like what the purpose of this room is. It's unclear, like sometimes there'll be planets spinning around there, sometimes there aren't planets spinning around there. I don't know what the consistency is. I've only ever seen the planets. Tricky, what have you done? Tricky, what have you done, dude? Tricky, how am I supposed to get out? The door should open from this side, actually. There we go. Okay, I was about to say. Tricky, what have you done? We will get to Krazoa's palace, yeah. Krazoa palace, not Krazoa's. Yeah. The only location we will not see is still Earthwalker Temple, but that's because Earthwalker Temple really doesn't have anything. I mean, Krazoa's palace doesn't either, but I guess the problem is that's just not a part of the map layout anyways. So it'd have to be added back in. But Krazoa Palace has music, it has all the doors and stuff. There's just no cutscenes or anything tied to it, really. There are some enemies around. Well, not enemies, like the mushrooms and stuff. But it seems like most of the data for that was stripped out. Because there's what, like 9.5 minutes of dialogue for Krazoa Palace still in the game's code. There's just no cutscene for them. Ugh, that's my neck. But yeah, I do have nostalgia for those live streams. I'm just glad the game's in a different state, you know. Had nobody taken up the mantle to really work on this game, I mean, it would still be in one of those states where every once in a while you'd find some really wacky thing. Go, wait a minute, this game had this inside? But we pretty much know everything this game had to offer. It's just a shame that it's not all here.
You cannot go to Warlock Mountain.
Oh, I clicked. You know what I want, Rocky? Come on, man.
Are you ready to swap to Crystal?
I forgot to give you this earlier. I made a promise the Cloud Runner could get home. This will open the gates of Moon Mountain Pass.
Ha, idiot. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm glad the community's still here. There's been like multiple sets of drama, which I really try to stay out of, but you know, I guess at any point there's more than like 5 people within a community worth of stuff. Doesn't matter how small the community is, you're gonna get some drama in there, and it's silly. It's always silly. It's always something dumb. But I won't get into any of that. What I will say is I've noticed over the past few months everything's kind of slowed down Like, this patch doesn't seem to really have anything crazy significant change-wise to the build from 2 months ago. And the musical programmer said yesterday, because I was asking him, and he's like, oh, I haven't messed with this in a couple months. It's like, oh, but you're like the best one. You're so smart, and you do things, and you're smart, and you're the one who always does the good patches. Oh, what do you mean you're not working on it? What are you doing? But you can't hold people to gunpoint. So, I don't know. If this was the last patch, though, somehow, I'd be relatively content. I don't feel like it's too far off. What we really need for a huge transition in this game's, like, for this game to get more finished is either 1, a decompilation, or 2, the E3 build to come out as well. The story goes the guy who had this game also had another build, and he also had 12 Tales, and then he didn't want to release it. I don't know who that guy was. I wasn't privy to that. Probably for good reason, but all the same, we know that the E3 build's out there, and we can see that there's pretty significant changes within that 6 months. So there's a chance that a lot of the missing content is within that build. So maybe someday we will have, you know, like a resurgence of people going, holy shit, we just found this build, and now we are able to finish what we started years and years ago. But it's kind of rare to find games, you know what I mean? It's not like every day you find a rare prototype. I hope so. I mean, I hope so. I believe it will come out eventually as well, but I remember that being a big drama. I pretty much came in like a week after all that drama had already come out, so I wasn't like right there directly talking with them. And then for a while I just lurked. I wasn't really doing anything, but then I started helping with bug testing and stuff, and here we are. Oh, right. And I'm so grateful that this exists in any form. I feel like we are extremely, extremely lucky. Doesn't mean I can't have hope. You know, it's not a I demand this kind of deal. It's just, you know, maybe one day that would be really cool to continue working on this and having the missing pieces, you know, but
This is Cloudrunner Fortress.
watch this. If you look close, there will be a lightning strike, and that's just a 2D texture. Watch. Bam! There it goes.
What are those flying things?
Have you ever seen anything like it before? I've got a feeling that Scales isn't doing this alone.
What do you mean a lot of games have been compiled recently or lately? I've heard about... I mean, I know there was a lot of games compiled during the Nintendo Giga Leaks. I remember that being a thing. Like Yoshi's Island got its prototype compiled and stuff. But I haven't heard about anything significant recently. Oh, you're talking about decompiled. Yeah. But there's also huge communities of people doing that, you know. And there's also this new N64 thing that people will probably have access to by the end of the year that is like called Recompilation or something. And it's pretty interesting. I don't think Dinosaur Planet will have any use for it. But a lot of games might not even have to get decompiled in the first place. They'll just be able to run through this program.
Coward Scales. You will never get what Dracor has promised
all the spell stuff. Dinosaur Planet will be mine. For the last time, bring me the spell stone.
Did they just kill? Oh yeah, she's dead. Oh yeah, she's dead.
Where am I?
I know, right? Scales was so, like, in comparison, was so nice in Star Fox Adventures, but not here. Oh, dude. Okay, this is a little hard. Oh wait, no, I do have to talk to him first. Never mind, I'm stupid.
Here, take this. This spell creates the illusion of being someone else. Try it on the sharp claw.
By the way, I love this guy's design. Have you seen what he looks like in Star Fox Adventures? He's disgusting. It's like a little gremlin. I hate him.
Get me out of here.
And then we get to watch Crystal slowly turn into a sharp claw. Yeah, I don't know how that... I mean, Rare was publishing it, so I'm sure... And this game probably would have got a T rating anyways. I think... Doesn't Star Fox Adventures have a T rating? Or is it E10? Oh shoot, I did that wrong. Uh-oh. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good.
Oh, where am I?
Okay, so there's a high chance that the game crashes because I goofed. So let's find out. Actually, let me give that little save state button right there.
Get me out of here.
There's a good chance this crashes because I goofed. But maybe not, maybe not. Shh, go to sleep, little sharp claw. Go to sleep, it's okay. Go to sleep now. Go to sleep. Alright. And then let's let him out. And then he does the old animation where he goes, oh, me, oh, me, oh. It's kind of cool. Oh, it definitely is not a soft lock, but I've had it, like I said last time, I've had it crash twice here the last 2 times I played. Once was just on complete random, and I had one time where I did something like that, goofed it up, and then the game crashed when I came back the second time. So there's a chance that those have just been fixed, and that's why I didn't crash, because I reported both of them. But there's also a chance that it's just random. So, like I said, pretty much anytime I save is probably a good idea just to save in general. But most of these crashes have been fixed over the years. I don't think so. I think Crystal runs probably about the same speed as Saber. Maybe? Maybe. I don't think so. We'll test it out later. I don't know.
Take this. Find the power chamber and reactivate this wind shaft.
And then here's one of the cool sections where you can find one of those yellow... These little guys, you have to shoot them. You pay this much. Yeah, scarabs. They're the money in this game. Same as Star Fox Adventures. They're just grosser looking in Star Fox Adventures. I love the lighting in some of these areas. It has really good lighting. This whole game's thing is about lighting. Like, just here, like you see the walls fading in color, and there are a lot of these sections where it's like it's kind of hard to tell, but like there's supposed to be a light source somewhere in here, right? This doesn't make a whole lot of sense the way this is laid out. So I'd love to see somebody go through and like redo the maps a little bit, change where some of the lights are, see that they don't fade from existence. Like if I go back too far here, well, that one seems, oh nope, there it goes. See, fades out of existence. Now it's back. They all seem too short, but maybe that's just how this game would have been. I don't know. Oh yeah, this game runs crazy on the N64. But again, had this released on the 64, imagine this on Rare Replay. It would have been great. Had everything in the timeline of our existence stay the exact same, except that this game came out in 2001 like it was supposed to, instead of 2002 as Star Fox Adventures, and then Rare still got bought out, it'd probably be a very different story. Like, not crazy different, but, you know, people would still go, Rare was good up until... I don't know. I wish Microsoft had been cooler, though, back then. A blazing 12 FPS. Yeah, this game's uncapped, though. Like, there are sections where it runs at, like, 60 FPS on N64. But it's just very small areas. I like Kev Bayless, who is the voice of Tricky, and he also worked on this game. He also worked on, you know, Ukulele and a bunch of other stuff. But if you ever listen to him talk about, like, Star Fox Adventures, he's like, oh no, I don't have a problem with it at all. I think it's great. Which is totally fine. Totally valid opinion. However, the man only worked on Star Fox Adventures. He worked early into Dinosaur Planet and then got moved over to a different project. So, like, when this build was compiled and stuff, he wasn't even around. So that's why, like, when you look at what Kev Bayless has, like, he has, like, concept art and stuff. It's all really early Dinosaur Planet stuff, or early to mid Star Fox Adventure stuff. But it's nothing to do with this build. So when he goes, oh, you know, I kind of like Star Fox Adventures. Like, yeah, because that's probably the only one you actually worked on. I don't think you really worked on this any. You were busy. I think he was busy working on Perfect Dark at the time. Well, you have to find out why there's robots on the planet. You got to find out. Why are there robots on the planet? That's a great question. It's almost like Crystal goes, I have a feeling Scales isn't alone. He's not doing this by himself. It's almost like that's a hint. It's almost like Scales wouldn't have that kind of technology. So where does he get that kind of technology? That's crazy. We're going to meet a character that doesn't even appear in Star Fox Adventures, but very, very briefly. No, we're going to meet that character later. Don't you worry. There is the last remaining, what I blanked on what they're called. That's the last one in the game that hasn't been removed yet. I don't know why he was never removed, but he wasn't. And so we're going to collect them. And it still says I have 0. So that's pretty cool. No, Star Fox Adventures is the problem. That's the one that never explained why there's technology and stuff on the planet. But Dinosaur Planet absolutely does. Oh, I screwed up that jump. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you should definitely play it or just keep watching. But yeah, we'll see where all that technology comes from later. There's a whole reason that all this technology is on this planet, and why Scales is even like a bad guy in this is because he's got power from somebody else. I mean, he's evil, but we watched him kill Kite's mom, which is pretty cool. I love murder. Yeah, the whole what was I going to say? The whole... Wow, I've really just blanked on what I was about to say. Oh, what's the villain from Star Fox? Why did I just blank on his name? Andross. That whole Andross thing was a last-minute addition, it seems. That was probably not the original intent for that story. Android, Andross, yeah, me too. Like trying to remember words and going, Yeah, I think it's one of the more atrocious things that Star Fox Adventure does. Atrocious. I can speak. Atrocious. Because that whole final sequence, I mean, I've heard everybody at some point go, that was a terrible twist at the end. But it seems that that wasn't always the plan, and that General Scales was supposed to have a fight, but then for some reason, I guess... I wonder if it came from Nintendo, or if it came from Rare just thinking that would be more entertaining to have that villain come back. But yeah, I wish they hadn't done that. So we blow a big hole in this. English is hard. Yeah, if I started drinking coffee in the morning or something, I'd probably feel better. But for right now, I'm not really supposed to be drinking a whole lot of coffee or nothing. So every morning is I just wake up and try to get energized any way I can. I feel like General Scales gets like... I mean, because this game, you know, is where he was supposed to be at. He wasn't shoehorned as the main villain. He was basically like a villain for 2/3 of the game, and then he's sidelined. He's done. Like, General Scales ends his journey. And so the fact that, you know, he was then upgraded to be just a villain, or the main villain of Star Fox Adventures, it really just doesn't do that character justice. At least he made his way into the final game, though. You know what I mean? Can't be said for Saber. Can't be said for Kite. Can't be said for the crazy lady that we met in Cape Claw. Or, not Cape Claw, Diamond Bay. Can't be said for the Shadow Hunters that we haven't met yet. Can't be said for a lot of characters. A lot of characters got scrapped. And then we got Slippy Toad. Woo! Slippy Toad.
Did you find the Guardian yet?
Guardian? You mean a Spellstone Guardian?
Yes! He was locked up in the dungeon.
So that's who he was. Yes, he's waiting for us in the courtyard.
Good. That means Scales hasn't found the spellstone yet. But we've got to hurry. When the Sharpclaws attacked, my mother hid my 5 brothers around the fortress. We've got to find them. To help us, I've learnt a new skill.
I agree. I think, you know, people always get mad at Slippy. I don't think Slippy's even that bad in, like, the main Star Fox games. He's pretty bad in Dinosaur Planet. Or Star Fox Adventures. I don't like him a whole lot. Yeah, this section is pretty neat. It was one of the few that seemingly was, like, mostly done by the time that it made it into this build. Like, it was already, if you could make it here, this whole section ran pretty flawlessly. There's only a couple crashes, and even then it's not that bad. It's, I don't know if the timer problem was ever fixed or not, because there is a timer that if you screw up, the game used to crash. But if you do the thing and you do it right and you don't mess it up, it just works. Good old John. Although Kite's AI is a little buggy. She just kind of takes her time. I just thought of something that I haven't thought about in years. I remember somebody talking about that there was an N64 ROM buried deep inside of the Star Fox Adventures kiosk build that was like, it was like a compilation of Dinosaur Planet stuff, but it just didn't have most of the content inside of it or something. God, I haven't thought about that in forever. I wonder if somebody still has that lying around or not, or knows what the hell I'm talking about. Maybe I made it up. I don't know. There's also a program. Again, I need to double check this. I think there's a program as well buried inside of Star Fox Adventures that was supposed to be for Kite. There we go. That jump is hard. But it's supposed to be for Kite so they could debug Kite's like AI and stuff. I think that's a real program. My ladder just reset. That was weird. Alright, have a good lunch. So this one over here, I remember last time I played this, I didn't grab this one. I didn't grab it at all. It was like not important for some reason. And then we gotta go find the last one, which is back up here. And the sharp claw is going to start throwing stuff at us. He's not even hitting the, he's just hitting nothing. That doesn't make any sense. Come on, Kite. There we go. And then we go through this door. I'm gonna be back over here, and then we're inside the Galadon, which is something that you do at the beginning of Star Fox Adventures, but never again. What? Where did that Sharpclaw go? Did you see that? Where did he go? Where did he go? Oh, hey, hey. Okay. Guess he... Not yet. He won't die yet.
Well, hurry up. If the princess will not tell me where she has hidden the spellstone, then I will just take everything else, including her life.
Oh.
He was going to kill me?
Let's get out of here. We haven't
I don't know why she acts surprised by that.
the sharp claws ransacking the gold.
I mean, he killed your mama. You don't think he'd kill you? Don't do it. Don't do it. Actually, I won't kill him. Watch what happens. That little door opens, and it only opens for him, and I don't think you can go back there. I just think that's kind of neat. And that opens the doors down there. Oh, shit. Kite, you're doing a really bad job distracting them. There we go. Thank you. And then... So we get to go down this side. I always forget which way you have to go. It's a side with no robots. Okay, so this is the wrong side. It's weird that I keep hearing the little babies chirp. It's really strange. I don't know if that's always been a thing, even though they're not there anymore, or I'm maybe hearing them from somewhere else. I don't know. This side, for some reason, has no robots, and the camera also doesn't pan like it does in the other one.
Only 4 chests left. Get them loaded.
There goes that bot. So now we're on a timer. It's an invisible timer, but it is a timer nonetheless. Game. Okay, we're still in a cutscene, but we can't see it. Okay, that's bizarre. I've never seen that cutscene not show up before. It's bizarre. Over here. We get Kite to come distract them. No, don't take it. Stop taking it. No, I need that. Don't take it. Crystal gives the most I don't give a fuck kind of look. So now she will go up here. And then I don't know if there's supposed to be a lever on that door over there or what. But for some reason, with a barrel, you could just shoot right back down here, which is really weird. And then I place it here. And now he's dead. So there's this fancy blue key. Ooh. It's the only key that looked like that, I think, in the entire game. Which kind of makes me think, like, well, shouldn't we color them different colors and make each key unique? Wouldn't that be kind of cool? Dang, let me be, bro. I got a baby to save. I don't got time for you. Okay, and now we have saved the 5th baby. I feel like this section here, that's not fair. That is also not fair. I feel like this section here shouldn't let you lep grab. Like, it should just be an invisible barrier that you can't go past. That way you can run more confidently, because I'm always having to avoid the ledges, because you can just fall off the ledge. It's not very good. Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? I've never seen that in all my life. What on earth was that? She like T-posed for a second. We're climbing up the ladder. That was so weird. Okay, so now we're gonna get Kite to come over here. She actually followed me. Usually she takes forever to get in here. Much less find the thing, but she's still gonna take her free time to get over here. She's still gonna just fly around till she finds where she wants to go. Come on, Kite. Come on, Kite. Come on, Kite. Kite, you can do it. There you go. Beautiful, honey. Beautiful. You found it. So that lowers the water. And that little cutscene's probably for the other guy that's standing out there. We never saved him, did we? We never went over there and got him. Oops. I wonder if that means that he's still over there? I actually don't know. I'm gonna save just out of, like, sheer curiosity. If I go back over there, is he going to still be floating, or is he gone at this point? Because in that case, I'm wondering, what is the point in saving him in the first place? Like, he goes, oh, you know, he flies on the thing, and then he's like, get me out of here. What is the point if it doesn't need saving? Or maybe there's 2 of them. I'm seeing some weird animation things I've never noticed before, but that could easily be emulator. But I've never seen him not just in his floating animation. He like went from T-pose to float. What are you doing? What are you... What's wrong with you? Bro, I'm trying to help you. Brother. Brother. There you go. There you go. Just a little more. Just a little more. Just go in there. Just a little more. Come on. Come on, man. You can do it. You can do it. There you go. There you go. You did so good.
Princess Kate is still alive.
Yeah, we know.
You must find her.
Yeah, I know.
Sharpclaw are holding her in the royal chambers.
Yeah, I know. So you're supposed to do that first before you drain the water and go save Kite. I kind of forgot about it. But then he'll just walk around. But I'm pretty sure he's supposed to already be out here, and then that cutscene pans over to him. Whoa, where's he going? Wait, where's he going? Oh, I've never seen this. Oh, where's he going? Wait, no. Oh, you were doing so cool. Where are you going? Oh my god. Look at him go. There he goes. Oh no, there he goes. So that's definitely meant for the cutscene. Okay, that's cool. Nonetheless, that's cool. I've never seen that. Look, I discovered something new. Wow. I love this game. This game's great. Alright, so it's time for the bike race.
What's going on?
It seems that Scales has been waiting for you to do the hard work for him. And now they've got this spellstone. Stop wasting time and bring it to me. You're going to have to stop them.
So, we meet again, General Scales.
Why, if it isn't the animal girl?
I thought you were dead. How did you survive the fall from the galleon?
I have been given powers that you can only dream of.
Oh yeah, I don't even know if I mentioned it, but the opening, like, Scales is supposed to fall off the galleon. He's not supposed to just, like, warp away. And that's what they're referencing there.
You'll have to catch them and get the spellstone.
Now, I have found this section to be very difficult. However, I've gotten good. Although I'm not really showing that, am I? So you don't technically have to kill that first sharp claw. You just have to kill this second one. Because he's the one with the spellstone. It's kind of, honestly, it's kind of just a waste to kill the first one. She's knocking into this one a few times and then you're good. This is taking all my focus. Oh, I missed him. I missed him so close, though. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Psh. Should've hit you like 1,000,000 times. Taking out my staff and whacked you in the face. Come on. There you go. Idiot. Come here. Idiot. And I'm gonna hit him one more time and that should be it. He's gonna stop right up here. Idiot. Look at that. Clean as clean can be. And if we don't do that, he'll talk to us.
Don't you want me to activate that spellstone for you? It cannot be placed into the Force Point Temple until it is activated.
Most likely, if you walked away too far from him, that's what he would say. Like, he wouldn't allow you to walk too far. Oh. There you go. And then he won't talk to you anymore. I'll go ahead and save as well. Which says we're at 33%. Like, that's pretty far, all things considered. We're pretty far into the game. I believe I can go up to 100%. I believe that is the case, that you can go up to 100% completion. But I have always had it get stuck somewhere, so... Oh, look, he's back again. Bonehead. That's interesting. I've never thought to not, like, save him first. So I guess that's... Hey, come on now. This area right here, it was shown off in the early 2001 Star Fox Adventure trailer. And you can even see Kite in there. You can see Kite's little icon on screen. It's very weird. Oh man, the music started back up. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I think it kind of ruins the scene, but...
When all this is over, I must return to rule as queen.
I think you'll make a wonderful queen, Kite. Your mother would have been so proud.
Scales is not going to get away with this. Let's get this spellstone to the Force Point Temple. Maybe the swap stone can point us in the right direction.
And there you are. So, next up on the agenda is going back to, I guess, place this spellstone now. You can tell this music's not supposed to start playing again because it's playing all the way out here. So... that probably needs to be addressed at some point, but it just kind of happens. And also, these barrels should not throw every single time, but they 100% do. But that's kind of what I like about this game. It's like, even if it's got bugs, even if, like, I don't think there's a single spot in this game where it's like, oh yeah, that's finished. It's still like you can kind of squint your eyes and go, yeah, I 100% see where this game is going. Like what direction the story's taking, where, you know, even if it looks a little off, even if something doesn't seem quite right, it's still like close enough. And it being so low poly too, it's like sometimes you can just kind of chalk it up to being weirdness, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to make perfect sense. I'm not saying that's an excuse, I'm just saying it is interesting. And I think over time we will get new people who will eventually, hopefully get some new people who would like to continue work on this, and they'll learn things just the same way I've learned things over the past 3 years. And yeah. There is a camera transition for each of these climbing sections, but they just don't trigger. I triggered the one down there, you saw that, but you have to like really go out of your way to trigger them. Probably when the map got redone, but the triggers didn't get moved. So she says maybe we can talk to the swap stone and he'll point us in the right direction. He won't. He won't do anything. There's not even a point to talk to him. We're not even gonna go say hi at all. We're just gonna go down here. It is nighttime now, which is actually the correct time that it needs to be. So if we're quick, we'll be able to get into the desert. Please turn around. Thank you. There we go. So every time you hit one of these poles will go up. And I assume that each time you do it, those poles would stay there. And most likely the swap stone would have been like, hey, you must do a sacrifice at night or something, right? And that would have given you the hint that you needed to do it. So now we go into Golden Plains.
The heat must be reducing my energy.
Hello again, Crystal, and welcome to Golden Plains.
It's very hot.
The heat will cause you a lot of problems. You may want to think about travelling at night.
We've got the spellstone, but what now?
Cross the sands to find a spell page that is hidden here. It is only with this spell that you can enter the Desert Force Point Temple.
So now we get to go on a little adventure into the desert. Which I like Golden Plains. Golden Plains has a lot of interesting bits to it. Unfortunately, it seems to be one of the few that has some issues. Like the final section, you're supposed to have another race in the desert, and you don't even do that. And that was in the trailer. That was shown in the trailer. So I figure it's something that probably broke between E3 and this build. But there's a E3 2000 trailer for Dinosaur Planet, and it has that race in it. It has some things in it that is not present in our build, so it's kind of interesting. I think that's probably the main one, honestly, but I mean, it's here, it's just not functional. But I know somebody patched that together a while ago and made it functional, and I don't know why it was never, like, implemented. So next thing, we have to go get the this over here. This is another interesting little section right here. So you see this thing's already down. Most likely, I think you'd go over and just pick one of those off the tree and then bring it over here and place it down. So that lets us pass over here, which that used to be a hard spot for people because that thing wasn't burnable, and so the cutscene wouldn't trigger, and then people couldn't get the spell, which then leads to they couldn't do other stuff. So oh, don't fall through there. All right. How long have we been going for? Goodness, 4.5 hours. We've hit a lot of highlights so far, which is good. I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming tonight. I try to keep it to about 4 hours, so I'm having a good time. We'll go ahead and do this temple real quick because we're already here. We'll probably go and swap back to Saber and then call it quits. So there is nothing to do over here, by the way. I have no idea what this is for. It might be for nothing. There might have just been stuff in the way. I have no idea. But that thing is completely non-functional. Or it's not non-functional. There's just nothing to do with it. But you climb up this thing here. And then... Sorry, that's the wrong button. That opens the spiritual gateway, which allows us into Desert Forest Point Temple. So this is one of the few spots where there's a command. She'll say, look after it, but Kite doesn't actually do anything. So we can just go here. That is 233. It's kind of backwards, and I usually forget which way it goes, but... So these enemies don't shoot. The other ones that we were avoiding earlier are much bigger, and they do shoot. These don't do jack. They're kind of pointless. And if the game didn't automatically unlock you, which hopefully is something that somebody's working on, you could just shoot them, like, avoid out of the way, shoot them, stay locked in, right? Then shoot them again, and then they would die. And that would make sense, because going up close to them, like, they hurt you if you just get too close to them. Secondly, this here, you have to shoot, and it's really out of... How do I even manage that? It's really out of order. You hit this one, and this one, and then you turn this one back off, and you turn this one back on. And that will activate this little red thing right here, and it'll start flashing. You can also just go up and whack it, which is weird. And you'll see Crystal off to the side because we're playing in widescreen. And then there's a cutscene that's missing here. We have the cutscene. I don't know why it was never implemented back in. I think it had like some timing issues, but those things have been fixed before. I don't know why it was never re-implemented. So instead you have to sit here and just wait for this thing to slowly rise up and then slowly rise back down. Because this thing should automatically be up. You walk onto it and it would drop you all the way down, and there's a cutscene for it. So... kinda lame, but it's okay. That's also why Kite reappears like she does. Because she doesn't follow you down. There's supposed to be a cutscene transition. So we go in here. I'm on the wrong side. This side over here. Now sometimes this area just likes to crash. Can't tell you why. It just does. So I don't think saving is going to help us any. I'll give it a good old save state, but I don't think it's going to help us in any way. Sometimes this area just isn't the most friendly. Honestly, sometimes it's easier if you just choose to like do this. Like it's far easier to do that because these guys don't shoot at you, and since you can't lock on to continue to attack them, it really is easier just 1, 2, 3, and then call it good. And then this one will appear over here. It's kind of weird they don't shoot projectiles. I don't know like how that happens, but it is what it is. So that will open this door. Okay, hold on. I think, oh yeah, there's one more. So I say, I thought there were 4, but I didn't see it. Okay. All right, and then that door opens, which then we turn the shield on, and then I don't get cooked alive. You see the thing kind of does damage. Which that opens this here. And then we have this section over here, which I'll either do perfectly the first time or I will suck at it. So this part right here is still weird. I don't know why this was never fixed, but you actually have to shoot the perch instead of having Kite go over there, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but oh well. And then we sit here and we wait for the perfect opportunity. All right, we got that first one. And then we wait. And this thing's sensitive. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it. Alright, there we go. It's very sensitive. It's like you have to hit it right on time. You know, in Star Fox Adventures, if you don't do it all within the first try, they all, I think, relight. And it's really annoying. Okay, oh, good. Okay, we got it. Good, good, good. I was about to say, oh, man. Let's go gambling. Oh, dang it. That's what this feels like. It's like gambling. You just have to, like, guess when the right time to hit it is. But that should do it. There we go. And that opens up this. That was probably the quickest I've ever done that. Be real. That's really hard. And then we press this button. Then this little guy right here will start to rise out of the ground. And there is a pattern to it, but really the easiest way is just to smack it a few times and then you're good. Hit it there. Hit it here. Well, excuse you. And that is that. And now we wait. I did indeed shut down a section of the power beam. So then we get to go deposit our spellstone. Which that is 2 of the 6 spellstones deposited. Which sounds like, oh, we're still kind of early in the game, but you'll realize that some of this stuff ends up speeding up towards the end. Looks like Harry Potter for PS1. I don't know about that, but Harry Potter for PS1 looks pretty rough, all things considered. I'd say this is like 10 times better looking than Harry Potter. I mean, sure, there's a lot of pop-in and stuff and because of stuff not being rendered correctly, but isn't that weird? Some people know graphics because Harry Potter PS1 looks goofy. It's gotta be because there's Harry Potter fans out there, right? Who go, haha, that looks funny. Because I don't think normal people just like... I don't ever think, Harry Potter on PS1. Yeah, it does look really rough, but most games from that era do look pretty rough. Especially early PS1 games. I don't know if it's actually early or not, but it's... Actually, I don't know what year Harry Potter PS1 came out. Yeah, we really need to, I need to ask about that cutscene again, because I don't understand. Like, even if it's broken, put that cutscene in. I don't know why it's a problem. And then you have to remember which ones you walked over going back. I think those should stay down. I think they do in Adventures, but... oh well. And then we should get a cutscene here. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Well, glad to see this wasn't fixed. This was one of my newer reports. It's like, I don't remember this always being so damn difficult to get up, but you have to like get smack dab in the middle to climb up it. Same thing kind of here, but this one at least lets you move and climb. Also, these textures have been broken since the game came out. I don't know how these textures are so screwed up, but... and now we get the funny cutscene.
What's going on?
In the dark of a tree hollow, the moon seeds have begun to grow. Take these seeds to the mountain pass. You will know what to do.
Kite, it's a Krazoa.
Time is running short. Saber must hurry.
Saber? But you're not Saber.
Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. You have 2 separate people having to do dub overs because everything's lined with Fox McCloud and garbage, which is just awesome. I think that would be like one of the biggest benefits of the E3 build, would just to have all the original dialogue still present. Because, I mean, obviously there would be no Fox McCloud lines. Doesn't mean that all the lines would be there, but there's a good chance that they probably would be. So, we know at least a few of them would be. Game? This needs to... oh, we got out. Woo! Didn't have to cheat or nothing. That block is not solid all the time. It needs to stay in place once we push it, but it doesn't. But yeah, I feel like we've done a pretty good job so far. What percent are we at right now? 36%. We're pretty far into this. And we've been streaming for 4 hours and 45 minutes, so almost 5 hours at this point. That's a while. We've gone through the major sections with Saber and the major sections with Crystal.
Hello, Crystal. You cannot go to all
Oh, yeah. Sorry. That's, yeah.
ready to swap to Saber.
Oh, I'm ready. Just once we swap back. Or, okay, so we're here now. The next thing we have to do is Saber's section of Walled City, which is gonna take a while. So I'm thinking that this is a pretty good spot to pause and come back later. Because we've almost been here for 5 hours. I'm tired of staring at screens. So thank y'all for watching. I appreciate it very, very, very much. I will probably be around the same time tomorrow, and we will probably get through this game all the way. So hope y'all enjoyed. Feel free to send any questions or whatever. But yeah, join the Discord. Try this game out. Might as well. No reason not to. No better time like the present, the start. So, all right. I hope y'all have a good day. I'll see y'all later. Goodbye.